fourth and final day of our African Bar Association annual conference. This session, one of the first two today, this morning, will be dealing with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and regional integration. Yes, we can. We are going to discuss in this session the progress made so far. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is now in its 7th year. And so we have panelists who will help us to gauge what has been done so far and where we are, and maybe give one or two recommendations as to what we expect going forward. It promises to be interesting as well, like all the other sessions we have had. And I ask for your active participation. This morning, most of our speakers are online, not in the hall, so it'll probably be just me sitting down there smiling at you, but they are online. And before I call on them or introduce them, can I ask you, please, just move forward to the front. Can we all move forward to the front, occupy the front rows, please? Please come to the front. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Rudolph Ezani, and it's fallen on me to moderate this session today. The chair, Professor Abosi, called to say he's unable to make it this morning. And so I have to fill in for him. So please permit me if I make any mistakes or errors. But I'm sure the panelists who have more of the work to do will do it well. So one of the speakers is Liberty Mshindi. Liberty Mshindi is a student at Kabarak University, pursuing his research. He has research interests in international trade and investment law. As his focus is on the AFCFTA and African economic integration and dispute area of that agreement. He's currently the student editor for Volume 5 of the East Africa Law Society Human Rights and Rule of Law Journal. He will be speaking to us. The topic of his paper will be Building Trust from Within, the AFCFTA's reimagined investment dispute settlement as a counterweight to foreign adjudication. Also on the panel is Almeida Macheva, a Mozambican citizen, lecturer at Macau, research assistant professor at the Faculty of Law at the University of Macau. I understand it's just about 6 p.m. over there right now. He was formerly Deputy Dean for Research and Postgraduate Programs at Faculty of Law, University of Eduardo Mondlane, Mozambique. He obtained his PhD in Law, Economic Juridical Sciences, and Master of International Business Law, both at the University of Macau. His teaching interests are in the area of African economic and regional integration and commercial law, consumer law, business law, extrajudicial dispute resolution, and so on. He'll be looking at the AFCFTA in the light of the Afro-China relationships. And I think that promises to be very interesting, a very interesting paper. Then, last but not the least, we have Foluke Akemoladun, a distinguished legal practitioner, an accountant, a mediator, arbitrator, who is very, very versed in the maritime area. She is a member of Business Rescue and Insolvency Practitioners, BRIPAN, in Nigeria, and has contributed extensively to legal scholarship through numerous articles and chapters in journals. She was on the Nigeria's Presidential National Action Committee on the AFCFTA, particularly on the transport stream, where she co-led discussions on Nigeria's implementation strategy in transport and logistics. Foluke this morning will be talking to us on moving from exploitation to transformation, building maritime security, trade integration, and Afrocentric investment under the AFCFTA and Africa's 2050 maritime vision. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to these panelists. I'm sure they are listening to you or seeing you. They are online. Please, a warm round of applause for them. I will proceed immediately to invite Liberty Mshindi. Please, can you put him on to present his paper? Yesterday, we ended the session here on dispute settlement. So as his paper is related to it, talking about the dispute settlement approach by the AFCFTA, I think it's best to start with him. So please, Liberty Mshindi, can you have him on? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Am I audible enough?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Liberty Mshindi. I am currently a third-year law. It's titled Building Trust from Within. The AFBA's Reimagine Investment Protocol as a counterweight to foreign adjudication. So, to begin, I'll first this paper is conceptualized from scholars like Gus Van Hatten, who in his 2013 work highlights how traditional IFBA erodes sovereignty, which is a theme central to African legal discourse post-colonialism. And this paper today aligns with today's theme for this session, AFCFTA's regional integration. Yes, we can do it ourselves, the road to integration. So to begin, I would start by stating that the AFCFTA isn't just a trade agreement. It is a bold declaration of African self-reliance. For too long, we've been outsourced our investment disputes to foreign forums, echoing colonial dependencies. But as the theme of today suggests, yes, we can take a do-it-yourself approach, designing, implementing, and owning our own systems. So my paper argues that the AFCFTA's investment protocol does exactly that by creating an African-led dispute settlement mechanism. This isn't a mere forum. This is not just a mere reform. It's a pathway to true integration where we resolve our issues from within, fostering trust, sovereignty, and sustainable development. So to set the stage, I would like us to recall the abstract, which begins by stating, for decades, Africa's investment dispute has been dominated by external arbiters like ICSID, criticized for bias, high costs, and sovereignty erosion. Now, the AFCFTA's protocol offers a decolonized alternative, a permanent tribunal and an appellate body to recenter governance on the continent. Success, however, depends on building trust and ensuring enforcement, asserting African legal autonomy in line with our developmental goals. So here, Note that while the 2023 protocol emphasizes mediation and African institutions for AFBA, the envisioned permanent structures are based on drafts and proposals. As of 2025, the annexes detailing ISDS remain under negotiation. The recent analysis, like the Journal of World Investment and Trade. So to guide us in this journey, I'll structure my presentation to mirror the paper's logical flow. I would first begin by the historical context and the legitimacy crisis. In this, we will look at why we need a do-it-yourself shift from external systems. Then I'll proceed to the second part, which
Sorry, Liberty, just to hello,
yes?
1 second. Please, you have 15 minutes, just so that you can tidy up your thoughts within that time.
Okay, thank you so much. So first, I would start with the historical context and the legitimacy crisis. And in this, I will discuss why we need the do-it-yourself shift from external systems. Then I'll proceed to the African alternative, the architectural innovation, how the AFBA protocol redesigns dispute settlement as a pan-African tool. Then third, I'll discuss the first part, building trust from within. The first pillar of earning confidence from states and investors through homegrown strategies. Fourth, I will discuss the challenge of enforcement, which now is the second pillar, making rulings stick across diverse systems. Then lastly, I will render the conclusions and recommendations. So to begin with the historical context and the legitimacy crisis, we begin with the why, the historical baggage that makes a do-it-yourself approach essential for integration. Now, as outlined in the introduction of the paper, Africa's investment landscape post-independence involved bilateral investment treaties with global North countries, outsourcing disputes to forums like ICSID. This seemed practical for attracting the FDI, the foreign direct investment, but it somehow backfired. The BATs, or the bilateral investment treaties, are agreements between two countries to protect investment. In Africa, they often favor capital exporting nations, leading to over 900 such treaties by the 2000s, as documented by the UNCTAD. So in subsection 1 of my paper, I discussed the historical context in that the newly independent states signed BITs to lure investment, but it ceded judicial authority to external arbiters. By the 2000s, claims started exposing flaws like expansive interpretations of fair and equitable treatment that challenged public policies, creating a regulatory chill. For example, South Africa's Black Economic Empowerment Program threats stifling development. This ties to our theme, relying on foreign adjudication, hindering integration.
Only 7 members attend. Look. Which session? Artificial intelligence.
Oh, I thought computer was speaking to me. Okay. This ties to our theme, relying on foreign adjudication, hindering integration by perpetuating dependencies, as noted in the Lagos Plan of Action and the Abuja Treaty. So the regulatory chill in this sense refers to government hesitating on policies due to arbitration fears. Studies like those from the Colombian Center of Sustainable Investment have shown that this has cost African states billions in awards. Now proceeding to subsection 1.2 of my paper, which delves into now the legitimacy crisis in 4 points. The first crisis is the adjudicative crisis, a homogeneous arbitral elite from the West, rising bias concerns. Then the second crisis is substantive, where vague standards prioritizing investors over public interest, leading to democratic deficit. Fourth, we have procedural crisis, where opaque, costly processes inaccessible to many states. Then lastly, we have the normative crisis, which is seen as neocolonial and it undermines African court and trust in local systems. So this crisis fueled resistance. The South Africa terminated BAT and studied reformed models. It's clear external systems fragmented integration. The CFTA says, yes, we can fix it, do it yourself style by building our own framework to unify and empower the continent. So this forefront crisis framework draws from Beth Simon's work on global governance adapted to Africa's context. It underscores why Pan-African solutions are not just preferable, but necessary for equitable integration. Now, on the second part, from now the historical and legitimacy crisis, I move on to the second part, which is the architecture of the African alternative. Now, to the what, we have dealt with the why. Now we are dealing with the what. Now, to the what, the innovative design that embodies the do-it-yourself integration. Subsection 1.3 of the paper now, and the full section of section 2 analyzes how the protocol now shifts from external adjudication to Pan-African institutionalism, which aligns with Agenda 2063 vision of a self-driven Africa. Now, the African Union's strategic work in Agenda 2063 for social economic transformation, it promotes African solutions to African problems, and that is what my paper mostly focuses on, African solutions to African problems, making the protocol a practical embodiment of this ethos. Now, the key philosophical shift from the ad hoc arbitral systems to a permanent two-tiered court system, where we have a tribunal of first instance and the appellate body. This recenters interpretation with African juries, fostering jurisprudence that respects local realities like land rights and historical redress. While the adopted 2023 protocol differs detailed ISDS to an annex under Article 46, proposals that have been discussed at forums like the ICCA Kigali 2025 envision these two-tiered structures to ensure coherence and address fragmentation in traditional awards. Moving on to the third part now, the first pillar of success, which is building trust. I'll begin by saying design alone isn't enough. We need to know the how, starting with trust, that is trust, the intangible glue for integration. Now, section 3 of the paper argues that trust is dual for states and investors. Both need to trust each other for this to work. Now, in section 3.1, earning state trust, overcoming sovereignty fears by judicial restraint and equal representation. No hegemony from larger economies to ensure this that it is merit-based, diverse judge selection to avoid perception of bias. So judicial restraint here means avoiding overreach, as Van Hatten critiques it in public law analysis for international law, where he discusses that for judges not to be considered biased, we need to have a certain way that we select these judges. And he critiques this by saying that to ensure that bias is not noticed or is clearly cut out in that instance, the clear way of selecting judges is select them on a merit-based system where the judges are selected through merit. Now, in 3.2 of the paper, I discuss about the investor's trust. To prove impartiality through expert judges and handling high-stakes cases without political interference. Investors used to external forums need assurance and enforceability. Then in part 3.3 of my paper, I offer another roadmap. The first is merit-based judge selection criteria via independent panels. Second is procedural transparency and stakeholder engagement in that instance. Third is invest in excellence. We as Africa should invest in world-class facilities and training so that when we are trying to solve this crisis or arbitration processes, we have judges who are efficiently trained in that instance. So this do-it-yourself strategy builds from within, fostering integration by turning skepticism into buy-ins. As the theme says, yes, we can, if we prioritize African-led processes. Building trust from within aligns with institutional theory. Empirical studies like Susan Frank's in 2009 Harvard piece on arbiter characteristics show diversity reduces bias perceptions. Now, to the second pillar, which is the practical challenge at the enforcement part, I start by saying trust leads to the second pillar, enforcement or making the systems work in practice. Without it, the tribunal is a paper tiger. I then discuss the legal framework. Unlike the ICSID's automatic enforcement, AFCFTA creates a sui generis regime via treaty obligations. States must recognize awards promptly, but this requires domestication. So sui generis means unique. In dualist systems like South Africa's, treaties need parliamentary incorporation as per section 231 of their constitution. Then section 4.2 of the paper now discusses the monist and dualist divide. So just to give a primer, monist states auto-incorporate. Dualist states need legislation, for example, South Africa. Then the other part, the other hurdle to navigate is sovereign immunity, where restrictive theory allows execution on commercial assets, but lines are blurred. Then the other hurdle we need to maneuver as Africa is public policy exception, the risk of judicial nationalism in controversial cases. To overcome this, we need to harmonize via model laws and AU oversight. This ensures that rulings bind across the 55 jurisdictions, solidifying integration by creating a unified legal space. This is what I call pure do-it-yourself resilience. Sovereign immunity, rooted in customary international law, protects state assets. Recent cases under the New York Convention illustrate how African courts interpret exceptions narrowly to safeguard public policy. Now, as I conclude, the AFCFTA's protocol transforms investment disputes from colonial relics to Pan-African powerhouse, directly advancing our theme. We've seen this crisis, the innovative architecture, and the pillars of trust and enforcement. This isn't isolationism, it is empowerment. Balancing investor protection with development goals for the Africa that we want. The Africa that we want, as I earlier stated, is the agenda that is set in the 2063. While the protocol ISDS Annex is pending, it focuses on mediation. Mediation represents progress towards decolonized governance. Now to the conclusions and recommendations. Yet, success demands action. This is what my paper now recommends. That first, we need to champion a model of law for enforcement domestication. Second, lead capacity building training for lawyers, judges, and advisors. Third, oversee judge selection for independence. Fourth and last, participate in amicus curiae in key cases in that instance. Now, by embracing this do-it-yourself road, yes, we can, we can achieve this integration. And with that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak in this forum. That was the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Liberty. Wonderful, very interesting. You've taken us through the investment protocol under the AFCFTA and informed us that it has moved dispute settlement from a colonial viewpoint to a Pan-African powerhouse. Thank you very much for that. And you've recommended certain steps that African countries need to take to ensure that we take full benefit of these provisions, including capacity building and such. And that is one of the things we are trying to achieve at these sessions. So please, another warm round of applause for Liberty Mshindi. I think next, I will call on Mr. Almeida, Professor Almeida Makava, if he's online, to make his presentation. He's looking at the relationship between Africa and China under the AFCFTA. Almeida, please. Is he still on?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, so please, you have 15 minutes just to deal with this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to greet all of you. I wish I could be there physically, but unfortunately, some personal issues didn't allow me to travel to Accra. But I'm here, as mentioned, to share with you some thoughts I have regarding the African Continental Free Trade Area, looking it in a context of China-Africa relations or China-Africa economic and trade cooperation. By 2000, China and Africa inaugurated a new era of economic and trade relation when they established the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, or if you want to say, the FOCA. However, if for China, the strengthening and deepening of its ties with Africa was since the beginning a meticulously planned process. It's our understanding that the same wasn't in the African side or from the African side. In fact, in 2006, China adopted its policy towards Africa, where presented its objectives and strategies for its relations with Africa, mainly in the economic and development fields. But African countries lack a common and a clear policy or strategy toward Africa. And as a consequence, each African country engaged on individual bilateral relations with China. And in some situation, we have been witnessing a kind of a competition with other African countries, which goes against the continental philosophy of unity. It's in this context of absence of an African policy towards China and the objectives of the African of the agreement establishing the continental free trade area that we would like to see the legal significance of this agreement establishing the free trade area in a context of China-Africa relations. The question that we try to answer is to which extent the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement can serve as the African response, or at least an intermediate response to China-African policy, which actually China recently tried to reshape it by adopting a new document in 2019 for its relations to Africa. But here, as I was saying, is to see how this agreement, taking into account its general objectives and also this African Union's objective, which is to promote the continent's role in the global economy and in international negotiations, how this instrument can serve as African response. Well, for that we start saying that Africa must unite. For decades was the African Union's mood, I would say that. Or if you want, the African unification is part of the African Ubuntu philosophy, behind which lays the understanding that African countries should act together in all fields: political, social, cultural, and economic, in order to achieve the development and affirmation, or if you want to say also, the emancipation of the continent worldwide. Following this philosophy of joint efforts, African countries, it's our understanding, developed their strategy of African economic integration through the 1991 Abuja Treaty, establishing the African Economic Community as a result of an evolution of Lagos, of 1980 Lagos Plan of Action, where defined the regional economic community as the main basis for economic integration of the whole continent. By doing so, it was believed, we understand, that integrated economy might also be more attractive to foreign investors and be able to speak with one voice in international trade negotiations. Since by pursuing the same objectives and acting jointly, Africa will be creating conditions for harmonious development of the continent and the decrease of the existing gap between different countries in terms of economic development. As we mentioned before, in 2006, China developed its foreign policy towards Africa, recognizing the importance of African economic integration strategy for the development of the continent. Thus, it's our understanding, it was expected that from the African side, an adequate response was to be given and put in practice. By putting in practice its policy, China would take into consideration this African response or African continental strategy. However, the way how China and Africa conduct their relations does not follow this approach we think should be. By adopting a foreign policy toward Africa, proclaiming sincerity, equality, and mutual benefit, solidarity and common development as the guiding principles, supported by development of a non-dogmatic approach of a policy without political string, China has privileged bilateral ties with some African countries. It's needless to say that this practice, seeking bilateral agreements with some African countries, is inconsistent with the continental strategy, defining the joint action of African countries either through regional economic community or continental or at a continental dimension through African Union. As the solution to achieve the desired African economic integration. As a matter of fact, entering into agreement on a bilateral basis with some African countries instead of the African Union or even the regional economic communities in Africa can have divisive effects in the continent. As for example, we have an example to show what occurred in Southern Africa when the European Union entered into a free trade agreement with South Africa in second half of the 1980s, which enhanced differences resulting from existing conflicts of interest among national economies within the region. On the one hand, or on the other hand, if you want to say, entering into agreements with the African Union, China, is our understanding, will be helping itself, since instead of negotiating more than 50 agreements to complete its presence in the whole continent, it will have to negotiate on one, what it's easier to manage. Furthermore, it has been argued that bilateral trade agreements are stumbling blocks to the development of the multilateral trading system. Thus, by avoiding bilateral agreements, China and Africa will be supporting the multilateral trading system on its efforts for global economic integration. 6 years after, or say 7 years after the decision for the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, in 2018, this agreement was signed and entered into force in 2019. The aim was not only to enable the free flow of goods and services across the continent, but also to boost the trading position of Africa in the global market. Taking into account the content of the African Free Trade Area Agreement, mainly its objectives provided in Article 3, and here we can highlight the very first objective, according to which the aim is to deepen the economic integration of the African continent, must be in line with the Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, as well as the institutional framework for the implementation and administration or facilitation of African Free Trade Agreement, which gives it, and in our understanding, an international organization nature. Therefore, it's our understanding that the African Free Trade Area Agreement has conditions to represent the very first African response to China policy toward Africa, in the sense that economic and trade negotiation between China and Africa could be conducted in the context of the Continental Free Trade Area. By doing so, all objectives, strategies, and the goals that the Continental Free Trade Area designed can be achieved, because by speaking in one voice, as we mentioned before, will allow the continent to move in a very equitable, or if I want so, equal manner, ensuring that all countries in Africa benefit from relations with China. The disruption that bilateral agreements China entering into with African countries create in the African continent is one step to bring obstacles for the African Free Trade Agreement reach its desired objectives. The building of a continent, of a custom union in a continent, need joint efforts of all African countries. And the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is an opportunity for the African countries show in one voice what is their main interest and how they can jointly reach the development or economic development in the continent. However, what we propose here will only be effective if the powers of the institutional framework of the institutions provided in the African Free Trade Area Agreement are strengthened, namely the powers of the Secretariat, as the executive, giving it executive powers to act on behalf of the continent or of the regional or continental integration entity. Therefore, it's our understanding, and to conclude, that acting jointly, taking the African Continental Free Trade Area has the tool to negotiate with African partners. In this case, we highlighted China. The African will be in line with the major guiding principles and objectives of the African Union as a whole, and easily can reach the goal they designed for the year 2016. Generally speaking, this is what we wanted to share with you. This is what we propose, the idea of considering the African Free Trade Area Agreement as an instrument to respond to Africa, to Chinese strategy to Africa, to avoid bilateral ties, and Africa speaks in one voice toward China, so that can, in an equal, balanced manner, take benefits of these relations with China. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please, a warm round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Professor Makava, for your paper. He's taken us through the African response to Chinese policy, the journey to the AFCFTA he started with, and told us that one would have expected since 2006, when the Chinese came up with their policy on Africa, that the African countries will also come up with their response to that strategy, Chinese strategy. And in his view, the AFCFTA is perhaps the first joint effort by the African countries to respond to that Chinese strategy of 2006. He is of the view that the Chinese policy, or rather that the African policy, AFCFTA, has not been lived up to by the Africans themselves, because instead of using it as a harmonized or as a common front to deal with China, they have each of them been signing bilateral treaties with China, and that has not been to their advantage. And he proposes that the Secretariat of the AFCFTA be strengthened as a way to make the AFCFTA strong enough to negotiate on behalf of African countries with China. And the same with other foreign interests who want to do business in Africa. That's, in a nutshell, my understanding of his paper. Prof. Makava, I hope I'm right. Are you there, Professor Almeida Makava? Is he still on, or he has left?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm still here. Exactly. It's exactly what your short resume is exactly what I just proposed it here. This idea of having the African Free Trade Area Agreement as a common African response to China. As I mentioned, actually China has adopted a very recent document to adjust its policy toward Africa. And this, and I didn't mention it exactly, and I think I did that. It's not a fact that it will be new for China, because China on its policy actually recognizes the African strategy for continental integration, recognizes the idea that African must be economically integrated so that can, in a very balanced way, develop all African countries. So it will not be a surprise for China, is our understanding, if Africa can come through the African Free Trade Area and put toward China this idea of, from now on, we want to speak only in one voice, and to avoid a kind of competition nowadays we somehow witness when it comes to China and Africa relations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Is Joseph Mungai on? Please, can you confirm if he's on so we can have his paper? Is he there? No? No, he's not. How about Foluke Akimoladun? Is she on already? Not yet. All right, while we wait for these two, maybe we can have comments, questions to either Professor Markava or Liberty Mshindi. We can take questions now. Does anybody have any question or comments on the papers presented? Anybody? Can somebody help? Okay. Please come with the microphone, come. Put it on, it's not on. Press that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And I want to also use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this program. Indeed, it has been an awesome one, and straight to the point to what the earlier speaker just addressed regarding Africa and China relationship and how we can boost economic trade among African countries. You know, it is always clear that these, our African foreign partners, they have interest. And when they have interest, we must also adopt strategies to be able to meet those interests so that all of us, on other hands, will gain mutual benefit. And looking at the third generational rights, which talks about solidarity, it is high time that Africans should move away from unhealthy competition, but continue to collaborate strongly in line with Sustainable Development Goal 17. And I think we can do that if you see these foreign partners, when they come to our country, specifically Ghana, you realize the Galamsey menace, it's so dire and the effects are enormous. And it is high time if we look at the challenges and see how we will not allow these foreign partners to come here and destroy our water bodies, which poses dire dangers to us. And when they are in their country, I don't think that you witness some of this, but they are being aided by our own self. And sometimes we tend to also blame them. So I think what he has explained so far is very good, and we need to strengthen collaboration, and with that, we can move our continent forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Please, somebody here. Please tell us your name and country. Sure. I missed that the first time.
I am Aminu Mansur Merwa, Esquire, from Nigeria. Looking at the instrument of ACFTA, which actually, I know it came into being in 2018 with 43 countries and 11 signatories. When we superimpose it on the ongoing business transaction between African countries and China, we can come up with 2 to 3 things that I think are of immense importance that we should look at them, especially through the instrument, the same instrument, because it came into being in 2018, while the Ghana came up with its business master plan or strategy with African countries in 2006. So, which means there are a lot of gaps, which probably this ACFTA didn't take into cognizance when it came into being, especially the issue of competition. There is need to make sure that the competition is sorted in such a way that African countries, or rather the Africans, would not be at disadvantaged position. And also the issue of domination. Because looking at what is going on in African countries, anywhere you go, nook and crannies, you will see the other people from the other countries. Almost virtually all the business interests and what have you are being taken over. We cannot do away with this fear and what have you. So my question here is that, don't we think there is need for the instruments now to be like either amended or to be looked at one other time to make sure that these interests are taken care of? That is the issue of domination, the issue of competition, and the issue of favorable business terms that will be renegotiated in favor of African countries. So the question is, what will be the way forward when we think of looking at this ACFTA with a view to upscaling it so that it will take care of these identified interests? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, question? Does anybody have anything else to say? Okay. Okay, Prof. Makava. Hello, Prof. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes, if I understood, the idea was how if we need to amend or adopt instruments in order to make those interests more powerful. I would say that probably the problem, the major problem is not to have instrument or legal instrument, because if we look at what we have today, maybe we can find the response there. The major problem in my understanding in Africa deal with the need to change the political mindset, the need to take the legal instrument, objectives, and mainly the principles provided there in a serious way. The question of unity, we are talking about this since the Pan-Africanist ideas, before the Charter of African, Charter of Organization of African Unity in 1963. This is there. The idea of joining efforts comes from the Organization of African Unity. It's not from 2000 Constitutive Act of the African Union, which just continued. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement also follows the same idea, that the major or the main relevant aspect that we need to do is to join effort. And the joining effort is not a result of a legal instrument. It's a matter of changing the way how we think on African interests. When we continue to think that our own interests as a countries are more relevant than the continental one, we can adopt, we can amend any legal instrument that we want, but we'll still complain the same aspects. That's my understanding. The idea not necessarily to change or to adopt new instrument. The common interest may come even without legal instrument. Let's imagine, by the time African countries were fighting against colonial regime, they didn't have any legal instrument to join efforts to fight against continental, against colonial regimes. But there was a common understanding that Africa must be free and all Africans must be free. They joined efforts. And they just translated this idea into a legal instrument. Unfortunately, after a few years, the mindset changed and we started to compete each other, thinking that by doing so, we will develop our economy. When I'm coming from Mozambique, let's imagine that Mozambique decide to say, okay, no products will go through Mozambique to enter Zimbabwe, Malawi, or Zambia, which are at hinterland. It's our interest. It's not Mozambican development that, it's also, it's not Zimbabwean, Zambian, or Malawian non-development that will allow Mozambique to develop more. It's not that. And probably what we'll see is that Zimbabwean, Malawian, and Zambian will try to move to Mozambique in order to have a good living standards. And it's a problem to the country. So once again, my understanding that the main aspect that we need to, I would say, to build from is to change the mindset on how we understand this, I mentioned it before, this African philosophy of joint efforts of African unification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, please, someone there.
Thank you. My name is Joyce Opoku-Boateng from Ghana.
Okay.
My maybe contribution is that we have all these existing frameworks, the very laudable frameworks, and then we have the regional blocks, the RECs, the regional economic communities. Mm-hmm. Now the AFBA, the free trade agreement, and all these things, which mostly are resting on the shelves. So I think as an association, the African Bar Association, we need to look at review all the instruments and see which ones are not being implemented. And I think implementation has been a bane. We are enforcing or promulgating a lot of conventions and instruments, but we need to go back and refresh our memory and maybe reset as the common parlance now. Go back and review all the institutions and see which ones are not working. And then maybe set up a working group, a technical group, and look at all the instruments before we think of enacting new ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Foluke Akimoladun on now, please? Can you confirm? Or Joseph Mugai? Is any of them on? None? Okay. Not yet. Okay. All right. That's interesting. But I'll let Prof. Again deal with it. But my views are that I think what you're suggesting may not be, or rather maybe, or seems to be opposed to what Prof. Proposed in his own paper, so I'll let him attend to it. Professor Machava, if you are listening, what's your reaction to the last comment, please?
Thank you. Actually, the comment is in line with what I was saying, that probably the problem is not the rules or the need to adopt new rules, but to how we can put forward or put in practice what actually exists. It's true. We had a lot of instruments, and somehow we are moving, and I agree on that, very fast, not following the path that we have decided. When we look at the Abuja Treaty, when it highlights the regional economic communities as the main pillars for continental integration, what was expected is that those economic, regional economic community somehow can join efforts at first stage before we reach the continental level. For example, if we look at the tripartite agreement between Southern Africa, COMESA, and East African Community, in my understanding, I think this is how things could be built. But we move it to the African Free Trade Agreement. I'm not saying that it's wrong, probably because of the agenda designed that requires that we need to move fast, because we have been discussing this issue since 1980 from the Lagos Plan of Action. Although integration, we also found it in the Charter of Organization of African Unity. So we have been discussing for a long time. So we need to go into practice and put things forward. So that's why we move it directly to the continental free trade area. But once again, if we do not make this free trade area agenda individual agenda, a collective agenda, tomorrow we will be here again complaining about the failure, if you allow me to use this word, of this initiative. So it's very important, once again, for us as African to think on the African interest as a common interest, as an individual, collective, and all as a common interest. By doing so, we will be helping ourselves, we will helping each other, we will helping the continent, and we will helping the development of the continent as a whole. Competing each other is not definitely the way we can develop. As I said before, I can develop my economy, I can develop my country, I can raise the living standard of my population. What will happen is that those who are not developed will be going to my country and will be creating social problems in my country.
Fantastic. Thank you, Prof. Okay. Before we ask if the other speakers are available, Prof, I have my own question for you. So you've proposed that the Secretariat of the African Free Trade Agreement be strengthened as a way to achieve your proposal of a harmonized African response to Chinese or other foreign investment. And my question will be, in line with the answer you've already given us, but what kind of, how strong do you propose that Secretariat to be? And when I say how strong, remember that these are not elected officials of any country. And knowing our penchant in Africa for power and all of those things, whether the African presidents at the general meeting of the OAU would be very willing to cede any of their powers or sovereignty to the Secretariat. What are your thoughts about that? What kind of strengths or powers do you think can be delegated to that Secretariat to achieve your proposals?
Thank you for it. This week may be the most challenging aspect when we look, as you mentioned it, to how African leadership look to this idea of sharing sovereignty in somehow. But my idea is that the Secretariat, is true that according to African Free Trade Area Agreement, the Secretariat must have its nature and mandate established by the Assembly. What's my idea is that it's important to provide the Secretariat the executive powers. Those executive powers must allow the Secretariat to have a power to make decision, providing decision-making power, providing it autonomy. And actually, when we look at the agreement, it's clear because it says that the Secretariat must be an autonomous entity, right, within the African Union, with independent legal personality, is what the agreement says. So it's important that when the Assembly define the nature or the structure of the Secretariat, be clear that the Secretariat will effectively exercise its autonomy by giving it the decision-making power so that can negotiate with foreign entities or partners or African partners representing the African voice. When we look at the Secretariat, and we take it as a challenge for the heads of states somehow to weaken their decision-making power, it will be problematic for the continent, for the free trade area itself. As our colleague just mentioned on her comment, it's very important that to not make this initiative one of the a lot of failures that we have in Africa. It's important that the institutions provided in, they have power once again. In this case of the Secretariat, this autonomy must be reflected on their functions, on their decision-making power, and on their representative nature for the African Union toward its partner. It's not easy. For what I have been witnessing, even starting from the African Union itself, where the decision-making power is centralized on heads of states, it will be interesting to see how they will want to share part of their decision-making power to the Secretariat and give it executive, the very strong executive nature and the representative aspect by complying with what the agreement itself established.
Thank you, Prof. And I think I have one question for Liberty. I think all the questions have gone to you, Prof. Liberty Mchindi, if you are still there. My question to you is, you spoke about judicial nationalism as a problem or possible problem for achievement of this Pan-African powerhouse that the investment dispute settlement treaty of the AFCFTA has become. And I want you to consider, or I'm asking you, knowing the fractious nature or the differences between African countries in terms of legal systems, in terms of political ideals and all, how achievable, practically speaking, you think this harmonization of the laws in terms of dispute resolution will be? What are your thoughts on that, please? Is he still there, Liberty Mshindi? He's not there. Oh, all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think is Foluke Akimoladun there? Yet?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Sorry. All right, so can we take your paper now, if you will? We're almost at the end of the session, but if you can do it in 10 minutes, that will help us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. I was trying to put on my video, but maybe I was disabled from the console. But can I share my slides, if I can be?
They have your slides. You have our slides.
Okay.
Can you put on our slides, please?
Okay. If you can kind of.
Yes, it's on.
Oh, okay. And can we all clearly hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So, good morning to our dear participants. My name is Poluke Akimoladu, and I have the pleasure of speaking on AFTA. I want to confirm if my video can be seen first before I carry on. So I don't know if you can help me confirm.
You want to confirm what?
Yeah.
Hello, Foluke. What do you want us to confirm?
I wanted to confirm if my video could be seen.
Your video. We are seeing your.
My video.
We are seeing your. Can they both be on? Okay, that's you there. Yes.
Oh, okay, great, awesome.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, hello everyone.
Right.
Yes. Okay, so we'll start by speaking about the African maritime domain, and in my presentation, that I'll try and make sure that it states, we're going to be focusing on building maritime security, trade integration, and Afrocentric investments under AFTA and the African 2050 Maritime Vision. Now, to the next, okay, they're already there. Now, the African Maritime Domain consists of 38 coastal states. Now, when you consider the fact that Africa has 55 countries, you realize that for Africa to have 38 of its countries being coastal states, there is a huge potential within the maritime space for the African continent. Now, historically, the foreign exploitation of African maritime resources, especially colonization and later illegal fishing and resource extraction, has limited Africa's own maritime sovereignty. So when we're talking about maritime sovereignty, we're talking about Africa's capacity to manage its own maritime resources. So the issues are not even just the resources on the land, we're also talking about resources on the waterways. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy present a transformative agenda to shift from dependency to exploitation and to self-reliance on an Afrocentric maritime development. What does this mean? It means that these are the blueprints of Africa owning the conversations on the use of its own water resources. Can we go on to the next slide, please? Now, the key focus of this session is to talk about strategic transformation. So aligning maritime governance and the blue economy initiatives with the Africa Agenda 2063, Africa for All, and AIMS 2050 and the Lomé Charter of 2016. Then we're also going to talk about, briefly touch on trade integration, leveraging on the Free Trade Area Agreement for intra-Africa maritime trade, port connectivity, and regional logistics corridors. And in terms of maritime security, of course, where there are resources, it is important to secure those resources. And unfortunately, a very long time, the discussions with respect to maritime in Africa has had a lot of focus on security issues. Now, it's a larger picture, but because we have more foreign interests in our waters as far as trade is concerned, the conversations tend to focus Africans on just talking about security. What about fishery? What about the maritime or the minerals that are mined there? For instance, in Nigeria, a majority of the international oil companies are now going offshore because apparently Nigeria has even more deposits of oil and gas, especially gas, offshore. So we now have a situation where we're talking about security on the one hand, but there's also the need to have the conversations about the resources that can be received from the maritime sector. And then we come to Afrocentric investments, promoting African-led investment model, local capacity building, and sustainable use of the marine resources. So what is the African potential? Please let's go on to the next slide. The African Union highlights that over 90% of Africa's imports are transported by sea. Please, the next slide. Are transported by sea. So in terms of tangible goods, Africa's major use of transportation is in the maritime sector. Now, the continent has 30,000 kilometers of coastal line. In other words, Africa is literally a continental island. And we have 6%, potential 6% of global fish catch potential, hydrocarbons, minerals, and renewable energies. Please, can we go on to the next slide? I'm already in the next slide. And the continent has several strategic sea routes, such as the Suez Canal, the Gulf of Guinea, the Cape of Good Hope, amongst others. Now, when we even talk about the blue economy, that is another whole kettle of fish. Because in talking about the blue economy, we're talking about tourism, we're talking about biotechnology, we're talking about aquaculture, we're also talking about renewable energy. Next slide, please. Now, in the 3 million kilometers, in that line or the coastal line of the African continent, we have what we call EEZs, exclusive economic zones. These are the waters beyond the coastline. So on every country which is a coastal country, you have the territorial waters. The territorial waters start from your coastal line up to the point where, under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the country has that much capacity to have jurisdictional control over the area. We call that the territorial waters of the country. The territorial waters of a country is determined by the exclusive economic zone, which is the EEZ. For Nigeria, Nigeria used to have 200 nautical miles from its continental shelf into the high seas as its territorial waters. Today, Nigeria has applied to the International Maritime Organization, and its approval has been for 350 nautical miles into the high sea. Now, what that translates into is that before, we could only have territorial jurisdiction over just 200 nautical miles. Now, we have territorial jurisdiction over 350 nautical miles. And I understand a few other countries, including Ghana and Angola, have also applied to increase their territorial waters. Now, what does this translate into? It means that more and more African countries are controlling more space on their waterways to be able to have territorial oversight of activities such as hydrocarbon exploitation, fishery, offshore installations, and the likes. Now, the Africa lake zones are estimated to cover 240,000 square kilometers, while its transboundary river basins form 64%, a whopping 64% of the continent's land area. Let's go on to the next slide. I want to quickly talk about the key transformation policies that Africa is working on now. Now, when we look at the African Integrated Maritime Strategy, AIMS 2050, it basically stands as a document on Africa's determination to have more maritime sovereignty, more control of its maritime. And it is the African Union's strategy for secure, sustainable ocean governance. Because it's one thing for you to exploit, it's one thing for you to earn or increase wealth from the maritime resources. It's another thing for it to be properly managed. And so its vision is to foster increased wealth creation from Africa's oceans and seas by developing sustainable, secure, and environmentally responsible blue economy. Now let's go briefly into the history of AIMS. AIMS, the culmination of AIMS started with discussions before 2009, where for decades, the African space was essentially governed by foreign interests. And so there were a number of challenges, including piracy, illegal or unregulated fishing, environmental degradation and oil pollution, weak maritime infrastructure, especially ports and jetties and the likes. And these were further fueled by the fact that there wasn't a single policy that oversaw the development of maritime infrastructure and maritime development African continent. So in 2009, next slide please, I'm trying to rush through, met and decided to develop a comprehensive and integrated maritime strategy to address maritime security and economic development challenges across the continent. Now, this mandate led to the conceptualization of AIMS 2050, and this aligns, of course, with the African Union's Agenda 2063 network. So just to go briefly, next slide please, just to go briefly over the developments up to date. Under AIMS, between 2010 and 2013, extensive consultations were had between various African countries and also international organizations such as the IMO, the AU, IBAR, ECOWAS, and other regional economic communities, COMASA and the likes, and also security agencies, because at the end of the day, even if you have an integrated policy that does not focus on security, you can have increased trade activities, but it would be hindered by activities such as piracy and the likes. Now, just to skip over the history, eventually in 2014, the African Union formally adopted the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050, and it has become the first continental blueprint for the protection, sustainable exploitation, and shared governance of the African maritime domain. Please, can we go on to the next slide? Now, the major focus of AIMS is maritime security and safety, sustainable blue economy development, environmental stewardship, maritime governance and cooperation, knowledge, research, and innovation. And as a matter of fact, as I would explain in a minute, a few countries like Nigeria, Ghana, and some of the countries around the Gulf of Guinea have built and developed port infrastructure and security infrastructure to help develop the maritime domain under AIMS and under the African Union's Agenda 2063. So we've seen the under AIMS, there was the proposed creation of a combined exclusive maritime zone of Africa, CEMZA, to manage maritime resources collectively. Then you have the African Maritime Security and Safety Agency, which is designed essentially to coordinate continental maritime operations so that African countries don't work in silos. They can share information, they can share data, they can share information with respect to ship is be able to register that this ship was used for criminal activities, not allow it to berth in its own port. So
Luca, you have 5 minutes
I'm on the next slide already. Noted, sir. Noted. Then the Integrated Maritime Strategy Plan, which is to align national, regional, and continental priorities. So in terms of the developments, you have the Lomé Charter of 2016, which provided the legal and political framework for implementing AIMS. Then you have the Agenda 2063, which was essentially concluded in 2015, which reinforced AIMS, that's the African Integrated Maritime Strategy of 2050, as Africa's long-term aspiration for an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens. And we'll, of course, have AFBA in 2021. Now, in terms of the core objectives, I had mentioned a few of them, but I just want to emphasize one the challenges and the need in at least having an integrated maritime policy that can be used as a blueprint for every African, coastal African nation, and even landlocked nations in developing their access to the sea and their ability to make use of the maritime resources within their territory. First and foremost, the problem is slow ratification and implementation by member states. Sorry, I have gone off. So please, slow ratification and implementation by member states, limited coordination between the regional economic communities, funding and capacity constraints, and continued foreign in offshore exploitation. Quickly move on to the Lomé charter, which was in 2016, and that charter is titled the African Charter on Maritime Security, Safety and Development in Africa. So the Lomé Charter of 2016 helped develop the legal and political framework for maritime security and its implementation under the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy of 2050. And one of its major aims is to ensure the development of the blue economy with adequate security. For those of us on the console, please move on to slide number 25. So I'll quickly give the Nigerian example. Under the Nigerian Maritime Domain Awareness Framework, which is one of the ways that Nigeria tried to implement aims, we've had a project, one of our projects called the Deep Blue Sea Project, which was a joint task force between NEMASA, which is the organization responsible for administering and handling safety issues in the maritime sector in Nigeria, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, and the Ministry of Transportation. And the collaboration essentially was to ensure interministerial sharing of data and information, and also establishing the equipment that can ensure that Nigeria's maritime and indeed the Gulf of Guinea was adequately addressed and sustained. So one of the reasons why Nigeria was able to, or one of the successes that Nigeria was able to record with the Deep Sea Blue project is that things like war risk insurance. So what used to happen was if you're bringing your goods into Nigeria via ship, you have to pay a premium because of war risk insurance. That has now been removed because Nigeria was able to prove that over a period of 2 or 3 years, we had dropped piracy from about 90 or 80% to almost 10%. In fact, I think in 2021, 2022, there was almost no records of piracy at all. And these are the type of things that we're hoping to see across the continent. So please, the console, let me go to the second to the last slide. In conclusion, and my call to action, the question is not whether Africa needs foreign investment, but rather whether foreign investments reflects Africa's priorities. We need to move from exploitation to transformation. And embedded in Afrocentricity in policy, investment, and governance, Africa sees we have to move from vulnerability to engines of shared prosperity, and let Africa's maritime assets work for us and for our future generations. I thank you all for listening.
For that discourse on the maritime security and aims under the AFCFTA. It's wonderful. May I ask for 1 or 2 questions or comments, if there are any, for her? Does anybody want to make a comment on what, or ask a question based on what she has presented? No? Okay. All right, Foluke, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for her and for yourselves for participating this morning. We thank you very much for coming. Thank you to all our speakers, to Professor Machava, to Mr. Liberty Mshindi, and Foluke Akimoladun. Thank you very much. It's now coffee break, so, and we've eaten well into that time. Let's quickly get some coffee, stretch our legs, and come back for the next session, which will start at 11. Thank you very much. I think since the speakers are not here, we can't make any presentation of plaques, obviously. We'll have to find a way to send plaques to them. So maybe I'll see you meet me later on for Professor Mahava's plaques, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. We're about to start the session. Can we settle down, please? And can we have lights here? Thank you. Thank you very much. So I welcome you to this session on artificial intelligence and digital transformation. In this session, we'll deal with, look at the laws surrounding artificial intelligence, the developments in that area, and what is happening in terms of investments there, foreign interest in AI and data transformation and the data. Data is ubiquitous these days, I'm sure you agree. And all kinds and all sorts of data are constantly being collected, mined, used by all sorts of people, by states. And in this session, we want to look at the issues surrounding these things. We have a solid panel of speakers to help drive the discussion, and I will hand over to them shortly after I introduce the chair. We have Chinelo Audrey of Ebunam, who will be the chair or moderator of this session. She's online already. Please, if you can put her on, just so that we see her face. We also have Solomon Vendaga Arthur. And online also is Antoinette Esilfi. Please, can you put them on so that we can see them? The only speaker in the hall is, okay, that's Chinelo, is Ugoji Eze, Dr. Ugoji Eze. I hope you're not going to be lonely anyway. You know. So she's here in person. Others are online, going to make their presentations online. Without much ado, I'm going to hand over this session to the chair, Chinelo of Ebunam, to direct it. Chinelo of Ebunam is the principal partner at CIAO Legal. Her interest is in artificial intelligence and data protection and environmental law. She is a Young African Leadership Institute Fellow, a factor, and an ADR neutral. Chinelo is also one of the key drivers of the African Bar Association Women Forum. I'm sure if you recognize her face from the Women Forum event that we had a few days ago. So please give a big round of applause to Chinelo. Thank you. Chinelo, I will hand over the proceedings to you. You introduce your colleagues and then start the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VP Admin, Mr. Rudolph Iziani. Good morning, amiable President. Again, Mr. Rudolph, esteemed council members, AFBA members, gentlemen of the bar and the bench, delegates, guests, everyone here today. Our topic, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, right? My job here is very simple. It's basically to just moderate this session. So on the topic, the advent of artificial intelligence has brought about a paradigm shift in the way we live, work, and interact with one another. Africa, like the rest of the world is not immune to the impact of AI on its social, economic landscape. As the continent embarks on its digital transformation journey, it is crucial to examine these opportunities and challenges presented by AI and to develop strategies to harness its potential for sustainable development. Now, AI promises Africa the potential to revolutionize various sectors. For example, the AI-powered diagnostic tools can help assess the shortage of medical professionals, while AI-driven learning platforms can enhance access to quality education. Also, AI can optimize crop yields, predict weather patterns, and detect diseases, thereby improving food security in agriculture, and the list goes on and on. Despite these promises, AI in Africa faces significant challenges in harnessing its potential, such as limited infrastructure, we all know that, skills gap, data governance, and digital colonization. I'm aware that the EU AI Act is a path to progress or a straitjacket for African innovation. In fact, it is hailed as a pioneer effect to establish a framework for AI governance. However, its impact on African innovation is a subject of debate. While the Act's risk-based approach may provide a useful template for African countries, but its strict regulations may stifle innovation on the continent. Thus, Africa's digital transformation requires human rights-based approach that prioritizes public values like promoting indigenous AI systems, fostering collaboration, and investing in infrastructure. Now, this our session today will explore the challenges and best practices in data security and privacy, offering insights for national and private data custodians. The session objectives are basically to examine challenges in digital data security, to explore global best practices for securing critical infrastructure, and to foster discussion on regulatory insights and interagency collaboration. Now, I therefore encourage each and every one of us to engage in this thought-provoking discussion. In the hall. Okay.
A huge thank you, distinguished guests, my learned colleagues. It is indeed a great honor to be here today in Accra, Ghana, my first time. It gives me great pleasure to speak on towards the realization of a digital transformation in Africa, the human rights and public value of data. As the African continent steers towards digital transformation, it is imperative that human rights, inclusion, and equality are integral to the process. The leading question which one must ask from the outset is how the governance of data as a public good can indeed accelerate Africa's implementation of the Global Digital Compact, GDC, supported by the African Digital Compact, ADC, and above all, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Data governance in Africa has a potential as a public good. It begs the question, how can Africa leverage global frameworks, focusing, of course, on the context of the Global Digital Compact and the African Digital Compact, and assessing the opportunities within these instruments, which are indeed at the forefront of continental and global focus point. Policy harmonization on the continent is important for the successful implementation of the GDC and the ADC in Africa towards the realization of its digital transformation. I shall now focus on the public value of data. In order to consider data as a public good, it is imperative that we move beyond the individualized notions of data privacy and rather towards collective human rights framework that rightly recognize the uneven distribution of data-related harms and opportunities across the continent. Data thus manifests itself in this context not simply as a tool for commercial value creation, but rather as a crucial component of public interest value, with the potential to significantly impact healthcare, governance, education, national security, and trade. Data is indeed important for measuring digital inequality. However, in Africa, we are lacking comprehensive local data to inform policies. We're compelled, unfortunately, to rely on foreign data and data sets that inevitably excludes vast groups of the population, which are historically marginalized and thus remain invisible in the data. Consequently, in the policy-making process, there is indeed a glare in violation of the human rights. I shall now cover the challenges in cross-border data exchange. The African Union Data Policy Framework, AUDPF, has indeed acknowledged the inequalities of the historically disadvantaged groups as it addresses imbalances in data accessibility, value creation, and the usage and global digital inequalities. The said AUDPF succinctly demonstrates how data can be shared both within and outside the continent, whilst at the same time taking into consideration the balances which exist between trade and innovation, human rights, trust and trust sovereignty. Fundamental human rights violations were very much evident, especially during trade policy instruments, such as those related to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, with a blatant lack of transparency, consultations, and local evidence, and indeed expertise, resulting in outcomes which did not fully address the unique needs and indeed the peculiarities of the African nation. The next section is data's information for good. AI and data can equally contribute to achieving inclusive, equal, and just societies. As lawyers, we have a significant role in the deployment and democratization of AI with infrastructure deployment for internet access. For example, community networks as alternative means for access. The scarcity of reliable data can create fertile ground for misinformation, which in the long run can cause social unrest. Digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. the global trends towards AI and digital public infrastructure requires a human rights respecting and inclusive approach. Whilst on the one hand, the GDC has provisions on DPIs, it lacks the language of inclusion and human rights, which are much needed to tackle challenges and inadequacies in the deployment of digital IDs and payment systems. Hopefully, by 2025, the South Africa's leadership of the G20 will help turn the focus on DPIs to reflect Africa's strategic interests and realities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ugoji. Please don't. As Africa continues to embrace this digital transformation, the importance of data, again, like we said, it cannot be overestimated. And like you rightly said, we need to protect our human rights. So now, Dr. Ugoji, how can African countries, with examples, I know you also mentioned the treaty and all, but how can African countries balance the need for data-driven innovation with the need to protect these human rights, particularly in areas like data privacy and freedom of expression?
And thank you very much for that question. That question indeed is a hot question, and a question which we are indeed trying to find a solution at the international level. It is indeed a difficult question and a topic for the whole African member states, the 52 member states of the UN, to come to a conclusion or a solution that will fit every country. As we're seeing right now, we're seeing the emergence of misinformation, which I've said can cause political unrest and social unrest. So basically, the question is how can we balance once the importance of data protection and also from the point of view, the significance of national security of the countries. Then we have thrown into it the human rights dimension, as there's a saying that human rights is also existing to human wrongs. So you find that the human rights dimension is usually not in the equation when it comes to consultations at the United Nations or other international bodies. The issue of data protection then is mostly taken in from a security dimension. So the security dimension, 9 out of 10 times, does trump the human rights perspective and the dimension.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. He's Mr. Atta Solomon Vandega. He's an expert in AI governance and digital policy. He's an astute professional and an award-winning writer with focus on technology law, taxation law, energy law, and public policy. He has authored over 20 publications and presented papers at international conferences, recognized among Africa's top 100 future leaders in 2024. His research spans environmental law, data privacy, AI governance, NFTs, and the metaverse. Atta advocates responsible use of emerging technologies and integration of tech in legal practice. He volunteers for a lot of NGOs and works with the Sabi Law Foundation as research programs associate, promoting legal awareness and social change through media and policy engagement. He'll be taking us on the topic, the geopolitics of artificial intelligence and the risk of digital colonization in Africa, while local governance must promote indigenous AI systems now. So now, Solomon, Africa's digital future depends on its ability to develop and deploy AI technologies to serve its unique needs and priorities. However, this requires a concerted effort to promote local governance and indigenous AI systems. Now, I know you're versed in the geopolitics of AI and the importance of promoting indigenous AI systems in Africa, basically. So the question now is, how can Africa balance its need for AI development with risk of digital colonization? And what role can local governance play in promoting indigenous AI systems? Or what strategies can African governments and stakeholders employ to promote the development and deployment of indigenous AI systems? Now, what are the benefits of doing so as well? Please let's hear your thoughts. A round of applause for him as he takes up the stage. Thank you very much.
All right, so good morning, and it's nice to be here to share some thoughts about the geopolitics of AI and how it affects Africa. So to the question, I think I've identified about 3 priority areas for Africa in order not to miss up, and the importance of taking these priority steps to ensure that they remain on the whole idea of the artificial intelligence. So first, we have to look at Africa's interest and governance. So both at continental level, at regional and then national level, there's no way that we can exacerbate the importance of governance. Governance provides directions. It also gives policy directions on how and what do we want to make of AI. And very brilliantly, the African continental AI strategy already carved out what is the interest of Africa with AI, how to harness AI for the development of the continent, for the betterment of the people, and how to focus this in addressing and coming closer to achieving the sustainable development goals. So the first priority areas that I identify is for Africa, both at the continental, regional, and the national level, to look at how they can frame a policy. Sadly, just about 16 African countries have AI policies out of 54 African countries. So we need to strengthen that. And then there's also the need for infrastructure and energy. You cannot talk about artificial intelligence without infrastructure. Africa only have about 2% of the data centers which are needed for AI. The infrastructures used in Africa, for example, the fiber cables, are not even owned by Africa. So there's need for us to own the infrastructure. And then close to infrastructure is the issue of energy, because we need energy to address with about 600 million people lacking access to electricity. How do we power this AI system, even if we do then? So we need to address this. And then we need to also look at talent. By 2035, Africa should be boasting of about 70-75% of the global youth and workforce population. It is not just about boasting of these, but it's how are we planning and then developing ourselves to see that we make use of this population. So I think with these 3 priority areas, if Africa focus on it, we'll be able to take us there in addressing the issue of artificial intelligence and the geopolitics. And then imperative, how is this going to be important? If you look at it, just like I mentioned, the challenges about not owning the infrastructures. If Africa will take these steps, it will lead to strategic development. We'll have to look at AI for Africa, AI for economic resilience. We also own our technologies. We'll check out of the large language models and data sets that are crucial for development of technologies, you find out that Africa is underrepresented in this. So if we take these priority areas, we should be able to address the challenges that come with exclusion, and then we find ourselves at the center stage. So I think that's my thoughts and my answer to that question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. So we'll leave the question and answer session for later. Let's take our last speaker. Our last speaker is Antoinette Esifie. She's an expert in AI policy and regulation, dedicated in advancing data subject rights globally and empowering African professionals in diaspora. She earned her LLB from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana in the year 2014 and became a licensed attorney in Ghana. Antoinette obtained her LLM from the University of Illinois in 2019. Yes, in international corporate law and trade, and is a legal practitioner in the New York and Washington, D.C. She's currently pursuing a doctorate degree at the Swiss School of Business and Management, researching the development of a minimalist framework for data privacy compliance that can be leveraged by SMBs. As lead counsel of Meta Platforms International, she balances AI innovation, youth safety, and legal compliance for platforms like Facebook, Messenger, WhatsApp, and Instagram. She's a certified CIPP US CIPM and a fellow of the International Association of Privacy Professionals. She co-founded the ACWay Consultancy LLC to train privacy and cybersecurity professionals and provide support to businesses. She's also an advisory board member of the Women Leading Privacy Committee of the IAPP and an executive director of the African Policy Lawyers Association. Antoinette will be taking us today on the topic EU AI Act, the Path of Progress, or a straitjacket for African innovation. Now, this is her profile. Antoinette, are you here? I can't see. Okay, yes, I can see you. Okay, the whole fuss about the AI community. Your question would be, how does the EU AI Act risk-based approach impact African countries, its ability to develop and to deploy the AI solutions? I know we have the whole fuss around the AI and its African perspective, I know, and then it being a straitjacket, but we need to understand the implications of this act and what the pathway is, whether it's going to produce, whether it's on a progress, or what's the trajectory really? Please, okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, my esteemed colleagues, and thank you so much for joining this very, very important conversation that we need to have as practitioners and stakeholders in AI regulation and policy. So I picked this topic, the EU AI Act, a path to progress, or a straitjacket to African innovation, simply because the EU, similar to how we saw them advancing a GDPR or their privacy laws, is taking center stage on setting the pace or creating what we'll call the blueprint of what AI legislation should look like globally. So then as Africa is developing our own regulatory ecosystem, it begs the question as to whether we can follow the EU AI Act, if it's really something that can help us progress in our own development, or is eventually going to be a straitjacket if followed to the T. So let's begin. I'm just going to quickly look at the EU AI Act and which points that I think Africa can leverage. So as we know, the EU AI Act, it came into force in 2024. And it is, like I said, a landmark legislation with the aim to create a comprehensive regulatory framework for artificial intelligence in Europe. It has an extraterritorial reach, meaning that Africa also needs to know this framework or this law, because once our startups, our organization, or our developers begin to look into advancing into the EU or looking at processing the data of EU residents, this law would be applicable to them. So that the main important thing that I think Africa can glean on or we can leverage is the fact that the Act classifies AI systems into categories based on the risk levels. And it's very important because by categorizing these frameworks or these AI systems and tools into risk levels, the Act is able to apportion more stricter requirements for ones that are hampering human rights, and then in that varying circumstances to the systems that are less hampering to human rights. So it classifies risk-based AI systems into minimal, limited, unacceptable, and then high. So unacceptable would be ones that cannot be deployed. So for example, systems that cause governments to do some form of like social scoring. So it scores, let's say, Black people as people who should not be made to get the best of jobs. That's something that's unacceptable and should not be ruled out. High risk, for example, would be systems that process health data, for example. So if there's an AI system that aids surgeons to conduct their surgeries, that is a high risk and should be critically looked at with stringent laws. For the limited AI systems, that would be what we are used to, our ChatGPTs, our chatbots, and they have a more measured requirement to comply. And then finally, the minimal systems are, for example, AI systems that help filter like spam messages in your email or something of that sort. Those are like very low hanging fruit, low risk. And because they've categorized the risk or the AI systems based on those risks, they are able to ensure that data rights are protected whilst AI innovation is still going on. And that is something that Africa can adapt and innovate on. So what can Africa learn from the EU AI Act? Like I said, Africa also needs to develop our own risk assessment frameworks. So similar to EU, we need to create frameworks that assess the risks associated with AI technologies. And we have to bear in mind that to avoid it being a straitjacket, we have to tailor it to our own socioeconomic context. So we know that Africa isn't as developed as the EU. We know that we have our own financial restraints to even develop AI systems. We know that our own unique needs for AI, for example, we need AI to help improve agriculture, as opposed to needing AI to maybe improve health, which would also come at a later stage. So we have to just tailor it to our own socioeconomic context to avoid it being a straitjacket for us, right? And the EU AI Act would also beg for collaboration. Because they are more far advanced, we still need to balance it in such a way that we still open up the room to have more far advanced businesses coming in to still invest in Africa. So we see like Google, we see Meta, they are all throwing into Africa to develop. So we need to balance our laws such that they are not as strict or as more stringent as the EU AI Act, but then also encouraging more innovation to also help our own African developers, also help the employment of these people, also help empowering researchers or having more far advanced countries investing in AI development in Africa, because our laws aren't as stringent, and then it opens up the room for research and development. So quickly on the AI landscape in Africa, we know that for us, we don't have an act per se. We have our AU AI strategy that also came into force in 2024, and then it has a procedural way of being deployed. It's sort of like a guidance for all member states that they have to adhere to. And then we see countries like Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya taking center stage in developing their AI strategies. I know Ghana also developed the artificial intelligence guide a few days ago, and that was also amazing. And so the difference there between Africa and the EU is that we still have very fragmented policies. So we need to eventually come together to fall under an act that has bite. So currently we are just forward-looking. We are just creating guidelines and forward-looking hopes and dreams and aspirations. But we actually need to create an act that has that bite that the EU AI Act has, that will get these large corporations to conform and make sure that they are compelled to protect data subject rights. in Africa whilst they are still innovating. So that being said, we still need to also look at the fact that we have resource constraints, and then many African countries have a difficulty in implementing the regulations, if even we do have an act as opposed to the EU. So something that we need to look at is still opening up the shore and doing a lot of partnerships. Recently, I read that UNESCO is looking to invest in researchers in Africa to help them develop. So that's a good thing. Still having laws, but then creating enabling environments for research and development for our African developers. I think there are also, UNESCO is also supporting judges, about 5,000 judges across Africa, to also innovate and learn more about AI. That's something that our laws should look at, creating an enabling environment whilst protecting AI data, African data subjects. So exactly what is the way forward and how can we do the balance? So like I said, we need to have the tailored regulatory framework similar to what EU AI Act has, and it also needs to foster innovation. And then we also need to continually collaborate with the EU and more far advanced countries. Right now, there's a race for AI. We see China and US being hard at it, and Africa is not necessarily being heard in this race. But then if we create a law that protects us, but then also shows our seriousness and opens up our doors for more innovation and collaboration, we would also have a chance to also be far advanced, because we know AI is actually a general purpose technology. So similar to like the internet, it's likely that the AI can change almost all sectors in our lives in Africa. So we need to look at the EU AI Act, glean what we can, but then tailor it to our own socioeconomic context. That is the only way that we are going to far advance in the AI race. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoinette. So I know, yes, you've indirectly answered this question that we should tailor it to our own environment, basically. But can you give us specific examples how to go about this? Because we keep having these conferences year in, year out, and all. Can you give us recommendations so that we can get a communique out of this and then present it to the government? Do you understand? Like, bring it down to pen and paper, not just saying we should do this, we should do this. Tell us what exactly you think, you being an expert.
Yes. So what can we learn? So for example, like I said, there are currently gaps and lack of uniformity. So that's the first issue. How do we tackle these gaps and lack of uniformity? We see that the AU has launched their continental strategy, AI strategy, but it is just a strategy. The member states have to come together to think of, similar to how we launched the AFTA, can we have an actual act that all the member states can ratify? And then when we ratify it, it becomes the African AI Act, similar to the EU AI Act. And once we do that, that makes it binding, and all organizations, right from the top right to the bottom, need to conform. I think that is the first step that we need to take. So we go to the AU and say, let's actually make this an act. Let's have in a General Assembly, let's work on making this an actual act that has a binding force that every member state ratifies. Once that is done, now we have some kind of force. Beyond having the act, what else works for the EU? They have the European Data Protection Board, for example, and that board is very busy. And they also have the Data Protection Commission. These commission or these organizations take the letter of the law and give life to it. So they do a lot of requests for information from some of these big techs to better understand how their residents' data is being processed. So for example, they will look at, how are you processing data to provide us this AI? When I put in a prompt, are you keeping that prompt to be able to have some learnings about me and know that, okay, I like fashion, and because of that, you are surfacing ads to me about fashion? What are the
monitoring and evaluation?
Exactly, monitoring and evaluation. And so that is another step. So have the binding law. Secondly, have committees or boards that oversee the implementation, that are like the guardians of the data subjects. And thirdly, I'll say a lot of collaboration, like I said, previously. Let's create these sandboxes. Let's create these research hubs so that we get into some sort of like bilateral treaties or bilateral engagements with some of these big techs where it's a give or take circumstance. Maybe they come in, they train our African developers because they are very interested in Africa. We have a lot to give them in terms of AI progression, but then we don't have the financial resources. So we take their financial resources and then make these contracts so foolproof such that they are compelled to train our indigents, they are compelled to invest in us, and then we in turn give them whatever they need. Maybe if it's the space, if it's the resources to be able to also advance. And that's how we can also get a seat at the table to also advance in AI. I think these are the few things off the top of my head.
Thank you so much. We've really gathered a lot from this. So how can African innovators and entrepreneurs navigate the potential restrictions imposed by this EU AI Act?
Oh, is that posed to me? Sorry. Could
Yes,
you say that? Sorry, go ahead.
How can African innovators, entrepreneurs, navigate the potential restrictions imposed by the EU AI Act?
It's actually very difficult, and that's why I highlight that it might be a straitjacket for us. For the African developers, especially those who are looking to branch into the EU, it would mean that they are also going to process the data of EU residents. And the law is so stringent that it doesn't have like lesser requirements for startups, taking into consideration that they don't have what is needed. It has a lot of requirements for implementing technical safeguards. For example, maybe data has to be stored in encrypted space. Data is only transferred in encrypted spaces. We have to have some kind of privacy safeguards, data protection impact assessments. And these are very hard for a small startup in maybe Kenya, in Ghana, in Nigeria, just looking to maybe advance or improve agriculture or to make the farming line better for farmers. It's hard for them to conform. The best they can do is just to know about the laws and try to avoid them, whilst also seeking to collaborate with more far advanced organizations. So that's why I think we need to also push, in terms of innovation, we need to push a lot of partnerships with some of the big techs, the Googles, the Metas, the Amazons, so that a lot of our African developers tailor themselves more towards them because they have the resources to comply with the Herculean requirements of the EU AI Act. Beside that, they just need to know what the law says. They just need to know the requirements so that they don't find themselves violating it, because it's hard to really comply. It's really capital intensive to comply with these requirements that they've set out.
That's true, really. It's really difficult to comply with them. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go over to Mr. Solomon again. Mr. Solomon, there was a question. I think the person has logged out. I can't see the question again. Anyway, so Mr. Solomon, what potential consequences for African socio-economic development do you think that would rely heavily on the imported AI technologies, and how can this local AI innovation help address pressing challenges such as poverty, inequality, and perhaps climate change? Mr. Solomon, are you still here?
Okay, Madam Chair, please, can you rephrase the question again? I didn't get it well.
From the top of my head. Okay.
Sorry.
What are the potential consequences of Africa's socio-economic development if the continent relies heavily on the imported AI technologies? And then how do you think this local AI innovation can help address pressing challenges such as poverty, climate change, inequalities, and so on and so forth?
All right, thank you very much for the question. I think I also pointed this while I was discussing
Yes.
the
Yes,
idea
you
of
did, but you didn't state the consequences on us, Africa.
all right. So it's no longer news that artificial intelligence is a game changer, and it has influence, and that is why countries like Russia and China and US have looked at it. And I think the other day I was reading about the Russian president who said that artificial intelligence has a potential not only to change Russia but also the entire world. And whoever have the control of this lead the world. So this means that whoever have the control of these technologies in its development definitely and determine or take over the center stage. So the global imbalance, the global tensions that we are seeing today as a result of nations trying to take dominance, and that's why you see US is even through the action plan that was released in July this year. President Donald Trump actually noted that United States must maintain its stage in the global race. So what is the implication of this for Africa? If Africa is not averting its mind to this fact that AI is not just a tool for addressing it, not just a tool, another technology, but it is what determines the global relevance, then we're missing out. Because like I said before, the large language models, the codings and all of these are not done with African language. So we need to have our own, if we're not carried along in innovating in our indigenous and local realities, imputing them into the system, then we will remain reliant on them. And that's where the idea of digital colonization comes in, when we become reliant on the systems that are produced outside. And then we should not forget the fact that these systems are more like those who produce them. So the issues of bias come in. They may not really be able to work in our own localities. So applying them may not give us the result, and this in turn will affect the whole socioeconomic realities, and then we'll lose our space. So the way in addressing this, I think, and Antoinette has spoken largely on how collaborations with the big tech can come in, but I also think that it's also very important that we also we also invest in AI fund in Africa. Our billionaires, the entrepreneurs, need to invest in AI fund in Africa. And I think when Donald Trump hosted American entrepreneurs, I was hearing the monetary commitment they are making in investing in America. NVIDIA are talking about investing about $100 billion in OpenAI. Whether we like it or not, we cannot proceed with this system without the financial capacity. And so I think the most important thing is that while we encourage policies and directions and to see that we also have our own local AI initiative, the funding is very important, and we must begin to invest. Only about 5% of the funding we get in AI comes from Africa. So that's when somebody is funded, even in as much as we need funding from them, we also need to see our own commitment. So what I think, to add up to what NC also mentioned in terms of making this come to reality and then putting African also on the spot, is to see that we encourage investment among ourselves. And then I think thought leadership also needs to come from the African leaders. Look at what Donald Trump did, calling the entrepreneurs and discussing the future of America in the place of AI. So I think we need to also move beyond, away from the regulation itself. We also need to look at the commitment. And I think commitment and the will to pushing to implement this has always been our problem. We have the policies, we have all of them, but if we don't have the commitment in terms of the will to drive the implementation, will not make headway with it. So I think that's my thought on that.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we need to have we need to think commitment to drive the implementation. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go back to Dr. Ugoji. Dr. Ugoji, please, can we have you?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, ma. Okay, so how can African innovators generally, or rather, let me put it this way, what role can African governments and the civil society organizations play in ensuring that the data-driven digital transformation prioritizes public values and promotes the realization of human rights, such as access to social justice, access to education, access to healthcare, and so on and so forth? Please, can we have her on the main screen so that everyone can see her?
And thanks very much for your question. Thanks very much for your question. I think there's an important role, more particularly for civil society, to play in ensuring that basically, I think we're at the point of a catch-up to ensure that we're up to date with the rest of the global community, more particularly as regards science, technology, innovation, and bring it in from a human rights dimension. We have to ensure that we are part of the fourth industrial revolution, and that we are also not just, we're partakers in it, not just bystanders. The role for civil society, I said, cannot be underestimated, but we also need to ensure that the role of African leaders can also be very important, that they ensure that we're not left behind, as I said in the fourth industrial revolution, that we are partakers, not just bystanders, more particularly in science, technology, innovation in developing countries, we're not left behind. And from the point of view of when it comes to negotiation at international organizations, more particularly at the UN, we have to ensure that we are prepared. We're compared, we're not just seen as those who come and with a begging bowl, but we're first amongst equals, and we're not left behind. The fundamental digital rights are always overshadowed by a regional focus on personal data protection, such as access to information and freedom of expression. We have to have a selective human rights approach coupled with stakeholder participation. There's a need for stakeholders to participate so that it's not just seen as a symbolic gesture, but we have to prevail and align with global norms in digital government. There's also calls, we have to see how the governance of data as a public good can indeed accelerate Africa's implementation of both the GDC and also supported by the ADC. As I said, as the African continent stares towards digital transformation, it's essential that human rights, equality, and inclusion are indeed integral to the process, and that we're not left behind, but rather this is the Africa we want, according to Africa Agenda 2063.
Thank you. Be that AI has the potential to transform Africa's socio-economic landscape, but it requires careful planning, coordination, and governance. Africa must prioritize the development of indigenous AI systems, foster collaboration, and invest in digital infrastructure to harness these benefits. And then AI, while mitigating the risk through collaboration. All the speakers spoke about collaboration, binding boxes, and we need to have our own locals embedded in the act to work for us. And we also need to think commitments to drive the implementation, as well as not leaving us, Africa, behind. So we must ensure we are not left behind. Thank you also very much to our speakers, Dr. Ugoji, Mr. Solomon, Antoinette, you all have done justice to the topic. So we'll now go to the audience. We entertain questions, comments, whatever you feel like. This is a really, really awesome topic. And I know we should have questions brewing now because AI it has come to stay. We cannot wish it away. So please, let's ask our questions. We have the experts here today. I don't know when next you get to see them. So please, let's have our interventions at this time.
Good morning again.
For those online, I think you can just notify us that you want to speak, and then they would allow you unmute yourself to speak.
I think
but
we'll
those
just.
Okay.
I think we'll just pass. Sorry.
So we have a speaker. Please go on.
Yes, I think we'll just pass midday. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Augustine Mara, President Lawyer Society, Sierra Leone. I'm particularly interested in AI and data because I think that data is increasingly becoming the new currency of the world, pretty much replacing the mineral resources. But I think my concern, as always, is that African governments specifically have not treated data deservingly. Share a few examples. For example, in Sierra Leone, when the government of Sierra Leone was about to enact the cybersecurity law, being the national expert in the data protection policy and bill, I did make a case that cybersecurity should go hand in glove with data protection. Unfortunately, and I think one of the speakers spoke about the focus on security vis-a-vis data as opposed to rights and benefits of the citizenry. Unfortunately, government rushed the cybersecurity bill, which is unfortunate because that's the law that the government of Sierra Leone is now using to chase journalists and to restrict civic space. So the data protection bill is still lying somewhere in one of the government ministers' office, as always gathering dust. So my question specifically is that I have not seen the readiness in Africa beyond the AU policy on data protection, the readiness that we want to own the next big resource of the world. Obviously, if you look at the African Union, we couldn't even build our own headquarters. We got the Chinese to build that building for us. So equally, who's going to own the data? Who's going to house the data? Because all these big technological giants, really, if you aggregate all the data across Africa, they will be stored somewhere. Maybe in Israel, maybe in the US. So what's the sort of readiness that we want to own the next big resource? Because it would pretty much be like oil from Nigeria or diamonds from Botswana or South Africa. We have all these precious minerals, but they're being mined and shipped out of Africa. We don't want to repeat the mistakes we made with the precious minerals and do the same with data, which is the next big, or if not the big, currency and resource that we have. Thank you.
Sorry, I've been given the mic. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafat Mohammed. I'm a lawyer practicing in Abuja, Nigeria. I thank the panelists for the insightful discussion. I commend your industries. Now my question is this. Knowing fully well that AI has come to stay, how do we strike a balance between digital innovation driven by AI and the preservation of natural human intelligence, the kind that understand ethics, empathy, and cultural context? Thank you.
Excuse me, Ramat, please, can you come again with the question?
Rafat, R-A.
Please, can you come again with the question?
Okay.
And then do you want to direct the question to
the second speaker? Now, my question is this. How do we strike a balance between artificial intelligence and the preservation of natural human intelligence? I don't know if you understand me, ma'am. The kind that understands ethics, empathy, and cultural context. That's my question.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
More questions, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Prince Aliyu Yusuf Dirisu from Nigeria. Maybe I can just give small insights on to Ramat, not to you still, but I think it's in the application of it. It is basically, AI is basically for research based and should be largely restricted to human supervision. That's by the way. So what I really want to ask is particularly the regulation of EXIF data. EXIF data, for those of us who may not be familiar with, is the geolocation and the details that goes with your picture once you upload it into any platform. Now, we know that all platforms, they collect consent to be able to restrict it. Immediately you upload it, they strip it out from the general public so hackers and the rest cannot have it. But what do they do with it? Who regulates it? Who regulates what they do further with it? I'm saying this in line with prosecution of these giant companies with our own individual laws. For instance, in Nigeria, we have NDPA, we have Nigeria Data Protection Act, is in force, and it broadly provides for any of this information and the usage of it. Let's take it further. FCCPC in Nigeria has a landmark judgment that was conducted for almost 38 months on WhatsApp on this kind of regulations. But instead of WhatsApp to answer to what that individual law is, what we are saying as a country, they are threatening to leave Nigeria. So how do we strike the balance between prosecuting these giant companies, be it AI, be it social media, and not being like we are restricting the social media from its freedom of expression, given in line with human rights and everything, tilting this back to investment in Africa, exploitation or investment. I think collaboration really needs to come into play. Because if other African countries probably go into what Nigeria prosecuted WhatsApp for, they may find them lacking in that regard in Africa. And Africa being the gold mine of population, the next destination of where everything is, just like my brother from Sierra Leone said, data is the next thing. We really have to collaborate. Why are we not taking such a case against WhatsApp? Do your own investigation. Then we come out on one front and say, yes, this is a general problem. So I don't think WhatsApp will want to leave the whole of Africa. If we can come together and see that, yes, this infringement is across board. So my question is, how do we strike the balance between prosecuting these giant companies with our individual data processing laws and let them not be shielded with the fact that they are being restricted? Because when you want to prosecute them, they tell you you are restricting them and you are restricting freedom of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who do you want that question directed to, or can any of the speakers take it?
Okay. Can I very briefly, the aspect of human rights that Dr. Gozi raised is important. We met in the University of Maastricht to debate about the question of using artificial intelligence to investigate cases for the ICC. And we discovered that this was problematic when it came to the courtroom, especially, for example, victims of cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Sudan, in East Africa, Uganda, and other crime bases in Africa, or other parts of the world, even Ukraine, when you rely on artificial intelligence to investigate, because there is a lot of multilateral security frameworks that exist. And in the case of Africa, Africa has more treaties, continental treaties, than any other continent in the world. Just they have not been implemented. And when you look at this, you know, the multinational and AI and others have breached the frontiers of sovereignty that were protected in Article 2 of the UN Charter. And also, of course, the United States you're talking about, with them, a capitalist economy, they look at it different. They're now calling it the rules-based world because they don't want to accept the multilateral framework that that regulated the conduct of big powers and the ability to make war and to go into other countries and colonize them. And therefore, Africa, the African space, must be in the position to come on board with the African position. And Africans will undertake that in regard to these modern technologies, that if we are not careful and we even accept the transfer of technology when it is necessary, or sharing of technology when it's necessary, because when they come, these multinationals, and they exploit no sharing of technology, we don't have African experts left behind many years in order to take over to bring Africa to the frontiers of the forefront of the developed world. So I think this artificial intelligence is very, very important, innovative, but as Dr. Goji said, we should look at the human rights aspect. And in fact, the contribution from Sierra Leone and our colleague from Nigeria is in this direction. At the ICC, I oppose, and many other people oppose, although the Japanese said, look, no, I can investigate cases. If I were to investigate and recover evidence in Africa, the cultural aspect will be gone. The religious aspect will be gone. The human aspect for Africans within Africa will be gone. And therefore, will become object again. You objectivize the human being in order for the expediency of this modern technology. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, my name
Okay, Senator Dino, thank you very much. You'll be the last speaker because we need to answer the questions and we are running out of time. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you. At least I'm the last, but it's like making a rapture, so I appreciate it. I want to appreciate the intellectual sagacity of Dr. Ngozi. And my question is just straightforward. How do we tackle, and this question is for all the panelists, how do you tackle the insufficient infrastructure like reliable electricity and internet in Africa, and the shortage of skilled AI talents in Africa? How do you also tackle the lack of comprehensive data governance and regulation? I will want to be educated. Finally, AI hallucinates at times. At times, it gives you wrong case laws. I've experienced that before, and I interacted and asked AI, this is not correct. He said he's sorry that in my country we have limited data. So I want to ask you experts, since AI hallucinates, at times you ask questions and it goes overboard, beyond the question you've asked. So as experts, how do we tackle that too? Thank you.
Okay. So the first question was from Mr. Augustine. This question, I would like to direct it to Dr. Udoji because it has to do with data. He says, in as much as he has not seen the readiness in Africa to take over, he would want to know. He wants to know what and who owns the data, basically.
That's a good question regarding who owns the data. Regarding Africa, I can't really answer that question. If you were to ask me for outside Africa, the US, I could answer that question. Well, if I may be able to just say one or two things across the board for the questions, more particularly for the senator, if I could just make a few questions. First and foremost, I'd like to say I'm speaking off the records. I'm sure the majority of you will understand why I'm saying that. Okay, I'm speaking off the record. Regarding data, data is very important, and I'm sure you've been watching what's happening in the United States and China and globally. The way I'm seeing things, I believe that I'm going to be blunt, the African continent will be left behind. We need to move from rhetoric to reality. From the point of view of our leaders, there's a lack of political will. We're going to be left behind in this, what I call the fourth industrial revolution and moving forward. The question that one of the ladies was answering, I'm finding it difficult to answer some of these questions because obviously I'm from the United States and you have to be careful what I say. But all I can say is that lack of political will. The African leaders, they have to wake up. I particularly like the questions that the senator was gearing towards. You know, we have no infrastructure. There's no electricity. We're sitting here talking about artificial intelligence as if everything is going to be okay. No, it's not going to be okay. Artificial intelligence, I'll be blunt and I'll say it to you, if not used properly, is a threat to international peace and security. I've said that before. Artificial intelligence in the wrong hands, more particularly in the hands of non-state actor, can be extremely dangerous. We live in a global, I'd say global digital village. The issues we should basically be focusing on will be cybersecurity and attacks from non-state actors. It's okay for us to sit here and talk about the next generation. Our leaders need to wake up. We cannot use Africa as a ground where foreign companies can come in and tap or take away our resources without impunity. The current system or lack of political will, it has to stop, or we're facing something very difficult. That's all I'm prepared to say. So science, technology, innovation in developing countries. Are we just going to be bystanders, or are we going to be participators in the fourth industrial revolution? Is this the Africa we want in line with Africa Agenda 2063? Our leaders need to wake up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odgoji. Okay, so
Sure. I don't even know which one to address first. So maybe let me quickly take what Rafat asked. How do we strike a balance between AI and human intelligence? And I think the other gentleman sort of like geared towards what I was going to say. Striking the balance between AI and human intelligence is one based on the data that we train the AI systems with, because at the end of the day, it is artificial intelligence. So it's leveraging human intelligence. So we humans have to make sure that we get good quality data to train the systems. So we shouldn't train them on data that is biased, that is discriminatory, that lacks empathy. And that would be a way for us to train it in such a way that it incorporates or embodies the cultural context of Africa and the human context. The reason why you would put in a prompt. And so I'm going to also quickly address the senator's question on AI hallucinations, because I think they are sort of like together. The reason why you would get an AI hallucination is because it's not been trained with data in your context. It means that whatever AI systems he was using wasn't trained with enough African data, so it did not have the African context. So what it was supposed to do, or what it ended up doing, is hallucinate rather than not give you some kind of responses. So the onus lies on a lot of these big techs. That's the thing. It's because a lot of the advancements is coming from US, China, and all of that. We are always at the undeserved end, because they don't train their models based on our African context. So maybe that's where the government has to come in. That's when the collaboration has to come in, so that Africa also is equally represented in this race for AI. Other than that, we are not going to get the best out of all this advancement. So that's what I would say in terms of like making it humane. And humans aren't going to ever be lost in the AI race. I know there's fear that it's going to take away, yes, it will take away some of the mundane jobs, some of like the data entry, some of the very basic rules. But then that's why each and every one also has to move with the innovation. We have to always equip ourselves. We always have to get better. And also advance, so that we are always very relevant, because AI is coming and is going to replace some jobs, but I don't think it will totally eliminate the human intelligence aspect, because human oversight has to always be there to ensure that AI is used in an ethical way and in the context of each cultural setting. In terms of coming together, so I think you cited Nigerians suing WhatsApp. I think, yes, that was a good show of how Africa actually has to show some bite. The EU is very feared by all these big techs because there are 27 member states. Germany is talking, Ireland is talking, what other organizations? Italy is talking, France is talking. So we also have to start collaborating so that we have that much more bite. And that is how we can enforce or have some kind of enforceability of our laws. I know we don't have the AI Acts yet, but then we still have our data protection acts that are very relevant in all the countries. Ghana has it, Nigeria has it, Kenya has it. And I always say that the data protection acts actually are the founding basis for the AI laws. So data protection ensures human rights such as the right to know, the right to process, is enforced. So we have to come together to ensure that we leverage these existing data protection acts and enforce them. And maybe it's more of stakeholder conversations. Nigeria and Ghana, we are cousins. We're always fighting about jollof. Why don't we get together and talk about how we can collaborate and have more of a stronger bite? Let's have those conversations up there by the presidents, by the ministers. That's what we need to do so that we can have a strategy on how we can protect our data subjects whilst also advancing innovation. And I think I sort of like ran through them, but then if there's a deeper question that I need to answer, then I'm also open to do that.
Thank you very much, Antoinette. Mr. Solomon, are you still here with us?
Very well, Mr. Chair. I'm here. Okay.
There was no question particularly for you, but perhaps you should just give us your thoughts on, in 1 minute, please, like a wrap-up message for us, so that we can, we're running out of time, please. Thank you.
All right, so I actually wanted to say something about the question on AI hallucinations, and I think the question that the senator asked. And I don't actually focus more on the developers, but I want to look at the users. And there's need for human oversight in the use of AI. And sometimes I think the problem comes where most times we tend to ascribe so much capabilities to this system more than they truly are. Sometimes we believe that these systems are omniscient, they are capable of doing so many things. I think since Martha and Avianca, the courts have been first, even in the UK, of cases where lawyers cite fictitious cases before the courts. So I think human oversight is very important. We must know the limit of these systems, what And in as much as AI is general purpose, there are AIs that are designed for certain things. For example, ChatGPT has its own way. The chatbots have the way they're designed and all of that. So we must know what are the extent to which this can go. I've earlier this year published a paper on ethical lawyering in the age of AI, and it's available on my ResearchGate. So I think it's going to add up to the discussion, and I invite the senator to explore that, so it will give him some insight on how to address the issue of AI hallucinations and the rest. So my final thoughts, basically, we're in the age of AI. It has enormous potential, from healthcare to education to governance. In fact, the other day I was reading about Albania introducing AI into their cabinet, and there are even some arguments about AI running for elections. That is to say how far these systems are going. So we must rise up as Africa. Collaboration is very important. We have said so much about collaborations. So there's need to be collaboration amongst African nations, coupled with an investment in AI fund. Let Africans themselves. I think I saw a message by the Nigerian Bar Association president who say Africans should develop AI for themselves. So please, Africans need to develop the AI for themselves and then be at the forefront. And I think we need to begin to think beyond AI just being innovation to solve a problem. We could look at it in the terms of the geopolitics that is at the center stage, and it determines who gets what, when, and how in the world today. And all of this can come under the three priorities that I've mentioned. We need to look at our infrastructures and work on our energy. We cannot talk about AI without energy, so we need to work on these. Governance, we need to have strong political will from the government, collaborations, and then we need to look at our talents. How do we skill this talent? How do you upskill the talent that we have? How do we build our people so that this AI can be sustained through the whole progress system? It's not about boasting of the demography, but how do we build our people? And that, I think, is my take, and thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess all the questions have been taken, apart from the issue on exit data, but that topic wasn't given to anyone. So, but what does exit data mean? It basically refers to the process of mitigating or exiting from an on-premises data center to a cloud-based infrastructure. The exit data process involves several phases, such as discovery, assessment, planning, mitigation, and wrapping up. And the question was, who does the what does exit data do? So exit data.
I think he meant exif data, if that is what he was saying, because I think you were saying something about data that is like it's metadata accompanied by uploaded photos. So maybe I can take that 30 seconds. So exif data, it's like data.
Just do your wrap-up statement.
Yeah, let's do my wrap-up. Okay, yeah, sure. So so exif data, I think your issue there was where does it go? What is done with it? When we upload our
photos. Who controls it as well?
Who controls it? Thank you so much. So I guess the issue with what you cited is because it's sensitive at that point, because once you upload your photo, it's possible that in some jurisdictions we classify that as biometric data. Especially we have AI systems that can scan photos, scan your facial geometry, look at your iris, retinas, and all of that. And that is quite biometric and quite sensitive. For those kind of data, we have to make sure that as Africa, we enforce laws that require explicit consent before that is uploaded. Because I think the issue there is people uploading their photos, not even caring what is done with it. I think ChatGPT, or is it Gemini, has a functionality that allows you to upload your photo and then it can generate a cartoon version. And so your question is, what happens to my photo after I upload it? We have to read between the fine print. What are the privacy policies of these organizations saying? Are they saying things like, once you upload your photo, we have the right to use it for whatever purpose? Then you have to take a step back and ask yourself if you want to upload the photo there. We have to be very, very intelligent about these policies. And that's why we as colleagues, lawyers, we have to throw more light and help the regular Joe on the street to understand the implications of giving these kinds of data to these big organizations. By giving my photo to you doesn't mean that my biometric data is in your care, just because I wanted a cartoon generated. So I think stakeholders generally, wrapping that up, we have to learn more about the landscape and educate the average Joe. What's the point of being a lawyer if I don't interpret the law in a way that it protects my people? I have to, the onus lies on me to learn more about these laws, these policies, to get stakeholders. We need to have more of these conversations. We don't have to wait for African Bar Association to have these conversations. We should have them weekly, bi-weekly, quarterly, so that we drum up a lot of interest and understanding of these laws, so that people can actually exert their rights when it comes to so I think that's the summary. It's beautiful to see all of us gathered here. It means that we are clearly interested in the topic. We are clearly interested in advancing AI in Africa. But then beyond just having these conferences, we have to keep the conversation going, and then we have to act. Let's talk to our representatives to help us.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk to all our stakeholders, not just the lawyers. Let's involve our ministers, let's involve our senators in having these AI conversations. And once we enact the laws, let's enforce them as well.
No, I don't know him.
Okay. And
but
I think
somebody shot there. Maybe if you need this person, I could send you the person's number.
Apologies, please.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So let's keep these conversations going, and let's actually take out action items based on these conversations, and let's see some improvements after African Bar Association conference this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Ogoji, do you want to just wrap up in 1 minute? We don't have time at all. You can just wrap up with us, and then we'll hand over to...
Okay.
Yes.
As the African continent, as we stand towards the digital transformation in the 21st century, it is essential that human rights, equality, political will, and inclusion are integral to the process. As I said, we ask ourselves, what is the Africa we want according to Africa Agenda 2063? Are we going to be partakers of the fourth industrial revolution? Or are we just going to be bystanders? What is the Africa we want? I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good challenge. Every one of us, all stakeholders. I know. Indeed, for me, it has been a rewarding and an awesome opportunity to hear from our speakers, Dr. Ogoji, Mr. Solomon, and Ms. Antoinette today. Thank you so much to these remarkable speakers for this rich and immense discourse. We'll now hand over to Mr. Rudolph. We thank the AFBA president once more, the vice president, admin, and all the council members, everyone here present. Thank you for attending this session. Those online, thank you for staying with us for this 1.5 hours. We really appreciate this. And we hope we have been able to discharge the essence of this dialogue successfully today. Thank you very much. So it's over to you, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Chinelo. Thank you very much. Please, a warm round of applause to our speakers. You've done very well. And to yourselves also for your active participation and questions. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. To move on, it's, may I invite Chief Taku, please. Can you please come and help us make a little presentation to our speaker here, Dr. Ugoji Eze. I think those online, we may have to develop an online version of this plaque.
Yes, sir. Name, she said she would want her plaque to be received by one Mr. Joseph Afrifa, and then Mr. Solomon said he would want his plaque to be received by Mr. Afamefuna Okudili Okeke. I don't know if they are in the hall. And then for myself, the Secretariat Chair, Mayeka Chielua, can receive my plaque. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, please, if these people are in the hall, please come up to the stage. Onyekachi, yes. Afamo KK and I can't remember the other name, but if you are here to pick up the plaques for any speaker, please come up to the stage. All right, thank you.
Joseph Afrifa.
Mr. Vice President and members of the Government Council here, it is my greatest pleasure to present this award of appreciation to Dr. Goji. For many years that I've known her, in international circles, in the boardrooms of international diplomacy, she has always been there for Africa. And she has followed up to come right here on this continental platform, prestigious platform, to be with us every time, every time. I'm also very, very proud to see in the hall here deans of law schools, respectable law schools that have produced some of the best lawyers we have in the world. We're seeing Mr. Rodolph, whom I've known in other organizations. He's the engine of many other organizations, some of them which I belong to. And I take this opportunity, Dr. Goji, to say personally, on my personal behalf, that of AFBA, I present you with this award. We're profoundly very, very, very happy with you. Your mere presence here is an inspiration to many, many other young lawyers. And I'll say that we know the sacrifices, we know the commitment, but Mother Africa needs us now. I know your journey through challenges, and I know that God was preparing you for this mission. We're profoundly grateful to you and all the other people who have spoken today. Thank you very much. Not for the
move forward so that you can take a better picture. Yes, thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, yes, please. Okay, Kachi, please come and receive for Chinelo. The chair, Chinelo.
Chinelo,
yes. The chair of today's session.
Now, I saw you were very articulate today. I saw you. And you came to represent one of my very distinguished friends, who happens not to be here, but is always present. But now, everybody, all of us, we saw our distinguished expert participate in this. She's not here, but we feel her, we saw her, and we saw the energy, we saw the intelligence. Please, you will give this to her. The African Bar is very, very, very grateful for her contribution.
Thank you. This will go to for Antoinette Esilfi. He will receive it and then we'll pass it on to the person.
Yes, I know she is following, Antoinette is following this presentation. It is, for me, with very profound pride to see the youthfulness, but how great and the amount of knowledge you have. I talked about the transfer of technology, and I think they are the forefront. They're already impacting that on us here. And we appreciate, I particularly appreciate, and African Bar appreciate, and I appreciate that people come on this platform, this continental platform. Our leaders, we talk about our leaders. When we talk to our leaders, they will listen, because they know that beyond them being our leaders on international platforms like this and others who are always there, they will need us. And they too should be able to listen to Africa. Thanks for this appeal and for the resolutions, Mr. Vice President. I want everything they said to be the resolutions so we can take it to our leaders and to the world. Please, give it to her on our behalf.
Thank you. One more for Solomon Atta Vendaga, the man in the blue jacket. Solomon, one of the panelists, yes. So he will receive it and we'll send it to him.
Well, I think if I were to say that I did not learn a lot from here, it would be wrong. Yesterday, in the conference of the young lawyers, I said that they are the offspring of modern technology. They are the ones who are representing us in this global frontier of technology. And we, the senior lawyers, will have to learn from them. We have a lot to learn. And we'll also have to teach them the wisdom of the professions. And what I learned here today, it shows the relevance of those of you who are specialized in this area and many other areas. It shows the diversity of African lawyers. And I always said, being in international courts, African lawyers are the ones who often obtain acquittals. They're some of the best lawyers. And I can tell you, somebody was talking about, for example, the Nigerian judiciary. I said, but this is a judiciary whose judgments are reported in the law reports for the world to see. There may be problems here and there. And they also have very good law schools. They train many people in the continent. But also in Ghana, the Osajefo, I have friends who went to the Adesa school in Winneba, and I was here on the 50th anniversary because of that. This is Africa at its best. Solomon, thank you so much. Thank everyone here. We've learned a lot. You said that this discussion will continue. It must continue. And it will take it to the world by getting everything into resolutions. On behalf of the African Bar, on behalf of my president, Chief High Chief Mark, and the Vice President, who is here, Mr. Rodolphe, and all the distinguished leaders, of course, the Nigerian Human Rights Commission here, the Nigerian Law School, the Ghanaian Law School, and all the specialists here, all of our specialists, we say thanks to you, Solomon, and the rest of the presenters. I hand it over to you, please, on behalf of Africa. Just go and start. The work is only beginning. Thank you so much.
All right, so just take a picture, the group picture before you will leave the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session this afternoon. It's lunchtime. Please, regarding certificates, we are going to be emailing your certificates. They're going to be sent by email. We just finished the digital and artificial intelligence session, so we are trying to emulate the lessons there. So it will be emailed to you, all registered participants. Okay, don't bother looking for it outside. You'll get it in your inboxes. I understand lunch is served, and I hope I don't know if they've been in here sharing the coupons. After lunch is the rule of law session. That's the last session and then the end of the conference. So please come back after lunch for that. Thank you very much. Who is sharing the...
All right, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you. Really do appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinelo. Thank you, Antoinette. And thank you, Solomon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
From the other side. Ah, okay. We have. Can you give them to Alpha? Because I don't need them anymore. Even these two, I have two left. Just give them to him. To Alpha. We have finished. Well done. You did well. Thank you very much. Well done, well done. Yes.
I want in my coma. Made my coma cross. Over to me and Shimamba. Adiam and penny or don't to saw. Yeah, yeah. What am I by our desires? Yeah. Would you wear down in Pavillion? Now they me off if I no more. What am I by our side off and on? Day and down, I'll share me. All the sad, you may part your. Missy Roll Pharmacy, hey, now, may your snow, mommy, watch a minute, dear, or do you wait? Parents are free at all. Quani, don't dear me, Fanta. Me penny, open for me. Now, me, a dear, obey you. And yet, you're better. Messy and farming home. Until me started. Autumn and farming home. And farming home. I saw some tea on your cold. Won't you tell me it's your fault so? Like hey. Would you not send each other no pacho? Would you see you out so then chamatico po? In contemporary and the dark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sana kuma tikra and follow. Quani, don't dear me, Fata. Me pen me or pepper me. Me, a dear, all they are me. And yet, you're better, me walk around. Oh, Missy and farming. Until me started. Oh yeah, autumn and farming home. Back home, back in Sweden. And farming home. Makomata said, Kusiamana ya tunene. Everyone said, and she for my touching me. Debbie, I be dream. Kodama, Debbie, to me. Into summer, come and my yeah, my man. What am I? Oh, psychic, Jim and Penny. But the first year, but I'm not tough for the ever come. Yeah. Makomati said, Kosiamana yatunene. Everyone said, and she for my attorney. Debbie, I drink. Go down out there, mean to me. In the summer, come in one year, mamma. When I began, was psychic, Jim and Penny. But I was here, but in my time for the ever. Oh, my love, Missy and farming car. Into me started holidays and loves. Autumn and farming car. Makumba to Eddie and farming car. To me an answer all day an answer but to me an answer to me an answer to me an answer oh don't to me an answer but to me an answer. Odre, so the gym is swell. Now me three my me dead. Odre, me do. Sing it with my chia, baby I dino. Oh don't mama tell me, and on every mommy I was separate. Odre, so the gym is swell. Now me three my me dead. Odre. Send you real much, yeah. Baby, I dino all day. I meant to and I never, mommy, I was saying, ain't it to me an answer all day, an answer, but to me an answer, to me an answer, an answer. All day, an answer, but to me an answer. Missy, bro. Baby bo, although you where was it here? But see, bro, baby bo, although you where was it here? And yes, Jenny, I want for phobia bed crew. Too bad now, has all Bashana Barabo. Can I miss a here, Susan? I saw Jim Penna, I pay what to be a fire dodo. And now he can see a safari by that.
Hello, shall we?
Angela is there. Okay, there's another one. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Rule of Law session of the African Bar Association. Please, can we settle down to start? Okay, there she is. If the Deputy Secretary General is here, can she please make her way to the podium? Thank you. She was. I don't know where she went. Thank you. So this session is the rule. Is she here? Is the Senior Vice President here? I can't see her. I'm in her face. I don't think she's here. I can't see her here. So this session is the rule of law session. And according to our practice and tradition, we consider issues of rule of law across Africa. We consider reports that we have received at the Secretariat of the African Bar Association since our last annual conference, and put it out to you for discussion, comments, and you know, if possible, maybe a decision can be taken on what to do. So we have a few of those decisions, or rather, a few of those reports. And to chair this session is none other than the President of the African Bar Association, High Chief Ibrahim Mark. And seated next to him, the Vice President, Budget and Finance, to his left, and to the right of the President's Deputy Secretary General, Ejere Abachu. Traditionally, we will also have our compatriots from the Ghana Bar Association here, but I understand that there is a function at the presidency, so the Ghana Bar Association president won't be here. So, Mr. President of the African Bar Association, with your permission, I will start with the reports, and you can direct on how to proceed. So the first area we want to look at is judicial independence and interference with the judicial process around Africa. We've received a couple of those reports. And one significant one is the one involving our host, Ghana. You will recall that earlier in the year, the President of the Republic of Ghana suspended the then Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono. And this sparked accusations of executive interference. There was an investigation by a committee, I understand, set up under the Constitution of Ghana. And eventually she was asked to leave. And that is the situation in Ghana. There's currently an acting Chief Justice of the Republic. And the African Bar Association, as the information has come to us, and we are asked to make a comment or review. And that is why we have brought this to you. I do not know if there's anybody here who has, or who could give more information or make a comment on this point. Is there anybody that wants to say something on this issue of the suspension of the former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana?
And she was finally removed from office. And what we are looking at is that we have a judicial, I will call it now, engagement in the matter. The lady has gone to court. They remove Chief Justice of Ghana. So we are looking at, can we really comment on the desirability of her removal since she is now in court? We have thought that we would have said the Constitution should have been followed and no executive interference. But the thing is that I think we learned about 5 days ago she has gone to court to challenge her removal. So I think that is where we have a dilemma now. And for me, I'm not too sure we are supposed to discuss the matter since she has gone to seek a remedy in the court. If there is anything anybody want to add, let us hear. But that is what I feel since she has gone to church to challenge her removal.
Okay. Does anybody... there's a hand up there, yes? Can we give him the microphone, please? Please, the ushers, can you... Please tell us your name and your country. The microphone is coming to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Israel Tijanja from Sierra Leone. First of all, I would want to agree with the President as to whether we can discuss the removed Chief Justice, quote unquote. Why I believe the matter is now sub judice, which means that whatever we have to discuss should not pertain to what led to her removal in the first place, and secondly, the circumstances surrounding the case. However, Mr. Chairman, I think we should also discuss the manner in which Chief Justices are being removed from office unconstitutionally. We have seen a trend which is very worrying in Africa, that whenever there is a new government, it is highly likely that the Chief Justice will be removed, whether he or she has served their constitutionally guaranteed term of office becomes a concern. So therefore, I would urge this body to perhaps consider the issue of how and why should Chief Justices be removed from office when there is a change of government, despite the fact that there are constitutional guarantees to their term of office. Thank you very much.
Yes, please, this way. There's a hand here. Okay, I see somebody at the back as well.
Mr. Chairman, you're totally correct that we cannot discuss on the legality or otherwise for the removal of the CJ of Ghana. We've had similar situation in Nigeria. But my own comment is that every country...
Please, sir, you didn't tell us your name.
Sorry. My name is Celestine Ngozi Chim Omehia. I'm from Rivers State in Nigeria. Mr. Chairman, if we are operating, what we can only do is to advise the heads of government in African countries on the way to practice separation, the principles of separation of power. I'm not touching Ghana. The issue of separation of power gives the judiciary the authority to operate their own ways and the means of appointing a CJN and the removal of CJN. About a month ago, I made a public presentation of my book, Restructuring Nigeria, The Way Forward, just about on the 23rd of last month, September. And I touched the area of this separation of power. And I suggested that for there to be total freedom to the three arms of government, every arm has to be absolutely independent. And the judiciary, which concerns us here, should have a way of appointing the CJN, should have a way of removing the CJN. All the justices of the Supreme Court should have a way of elevation from the Court of Appeal. And the authority of NJC, Nigerian Judicial Council, should be such that no person should question it. It is internally in their hands to know what to do on the appointment and the removal and the punishment of any justice of the Supreme Court or any court at all. It is not the responsibility of the executive to interfere with the rights and responsibilities of the judiciary. If you look in the Nigerian case, the legislatures on their own vote and elect the president of the Senate. So also it goes with the president, with the chair of the House of Representatives. Only in the case of the judiciary, where nomination is made and then it's taken to the executive to confirm, and then to the judiciary, to the legislatures to do all these ceremonies, it does not make for separation of power. I think the African countries, the executives should totally remove their hands on the appointment and the removal of the CJN of any country at all. If we shall emphasize on anything at all, it should be that separation of power in African countries should be properly effected, not by the words of mouth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's a hand at the back or two. Okay. We'll take those two and then we'll come to the front. The man in red raising his hand.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and my fellow learned minds in Africa. My name is Hyginus Madoka Ibega. I'm from Nigeria. While I endorse our President's observation that we should not go ahead to begin to discuss the merits or the demerits of the removal and the chances of the SYCJN of Ghana in the courts, I was also thinking that it would be improper for us to keep dumb and not to say anything about it. And I will also come in this way. I don't know, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is happening in Ghana and we are also in Ghana. So this is the guardian of the largest, the guardian of lawyers in Africa and the largest platform. I also want to say something quickly that it appears as if the separation of powers we read in secondary school was just to write our egg. And then that's all. Because I find it difficult. It is becoming a trend in Africa. All of us know what happened in Nigeria some years ago when, for one or two reasons, or not JSC, as it was then, all of us knew what happened, and he was just out of the way. And today we are in Ghana, and we are hearing something like this. And if we fail to address this issue without touching the issue of the sub judice in court, it might mean that silence has meant acceptance. Because as a matter of fact, Nigeria and Ghana, when it comes to common law system in Africa, Nigeria and Ghana seems to be the fourth, those in the front burner. And if for any reason we keep quiet like this, tomorrow somebody from maybe a smaller country will say, if it happened in Nigeria and nothing happened, and it happened in Ghana and nothing happened, so who am I? It becomes a dangerous trend. So what I want to say in a quick summary is that we will not be discussing the matter as to the merits and demerits, but we can also make a strong statement to the Ghanaian courts. Because if the judiciary is the last hope of common man, and the judiciary is dumb, they may seem to be the lost hope of common man. So I think it would be correct for us to urge the Ghanaian judiciary, why not taking sides and saying, just do what is proper and let's be guided. Finally, please, I think it will also be very fine for AFBA to begin to push for constitutional review. I think it's a constitutional flaw that all over several countries in Africa, the president have a hand in appointment of the CJN. Like in Nigeria, the president does not appoint the Senate president. The Senate sit and have an election. And that was the reason why in Nigeria in 2019, thereabout, all of us knew what happened during Buhari, Saraki, whatever. I want to tell us that if Buhari then had the power to appoint Saraki, it would have been a rubber stamp, whatever. And who knows where Nigeria would have been. So the point I'm making is that it will be important for the judiciary to take their position and let also AFBA push for constitutional review all over Africa so that the executive will have no hand in appointments, elevation, and everything concerning the judiciary. We need to make that statement. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, High Yunus. There was a lady next to you there. Is she raising her hand? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Belinda from Ghana, Nigeria. Anyway, so I really want to comment on the first person. I want to tell in the line that under normal circumstances, appointments, that's political, when there's a new political appointment, positions like the CJ should be left because it has become like a norm. But I want to digress. You cannot fight a system that brought you into it. So, and when we are talking about an immediate cause, we also have to look at the remote cause. So overall, it's just like, this is the pattern that brought me in because I belong to this party or because political affiliation. Then when it's your turn, so there has to be a total overhauling. Now the question is, who appointed you? Who is paying you? So that is it. So if we want...
Hello.
Thank you.
You are delving into the issues around appointment or no appointment.
Okay.
What we are trying to do is we don't want to get involved in those since the matters are in court.
Thank you.
So I think we are looking for practical solution that will cover the whole of Africa so that we will not have this type of problems.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So the summary is that when we can use this as a locus classicus, that's not the first time. It has happened in Nigeria, and the essence of African bar, we should send a strong voice. Let it not just be an academic exercise. After this event now, let there be a strong voice, and let there be a strong statement as to appointment of judiciary, and let there be an enforcement. Let it not be partisan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, what's your name? I didn't get your name the first time.
My name is Belinda.
Belinda?
Yes,
Belinda
sir.
Who?
Bazunu, Wellington.
Bazumu Wellington. All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you.
No more comments? Or one more? One here. All right, please. Can you bring the microphone this way to the front?
That on this one, that should be the last person.
front.
Then we'll go to the next thing that is there on this issue.
Amogoji Adama Eze. Just like to say that I second what the president of AFBA says. As we all know, the matter is sub judice, and I really don't think we should even be going there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are we okay?
All right. Okay. What's my take on the submission made so far is that we should have a general understanding of how appointments should be done. The independence of the three tiers of government should be upheld so that all this occurrence will not occur. So we should be able to advise African governments this is the proper thing to do, flowing from the submission made so far. We are not keeping the matter as Ghana. It's not issue of Ghana. Now we are talking of how the judiciary in Africa should be given their prime place, should be respected as a separate arm of government. I think we will reflect that. Is that agreed? Okay.
All right. Thank you. We also received a report from Nigeria that the Supreme Court, or accusing the Supreme Court of Nigeria of a breach of the rule of law in the Attorney General of Bauchi and 9 others versus Attorney General of the Federation case. That was a case instituted by challenging the state of emergency declared in Rivers State, Nigeria. And the accusation is that the Supreme Court did not fix that case for hearing until the expiration of the tenure of the expiration of the time of the state of emergency, thereby nullifying any utility value that the case would have had. That is the accusation, Mr. President.
Yes, the report came and it was vehement. About 3 persons brought different reports on the same issue. They consider it as impunity and a threat to democracy in Nigeria. The government, the head of state declared a state of emergency and removed elected people, suspended people who were elected, the governor and the House of Assembly people, for 6 months. So these people went to court, interested parties, but the Supreme Court did not fix that matter for hearing until the expiration of the 6 months. And their quarrel is that there is a decision of the Supreme Court that even when the time has passed for an issue, then it has no utilitarian value, there is no need to be heard again. So it becomes academic. And people are condemning this and say that they want AFBA to have a strong voice so that this type of thing do not happen. So let us hear your views so that we will take a position on what to say. Thank you.
Anybody going to be interested? Any comments or questions? Otherwise, we move. Okay, the same man at the end there, in red. No other hand. Okay, and then here in front, Mr. Where is the, please give, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to say something quickly with respect to the issue that has been raised by Mr. Chairman. It is pathetic. I'm from Nigeria. It is pathetic that...
Your name again, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Hyginus Ibega. That's my name, sir. So I'm from Nigeria. And I'm saying that under the Nigerian Constitution, Nigerian lawyers are aware that even election matters, as complex as they are, there's a timeline of 180 days for election tribunal to hear an election matter and determine it in 180 days. And no election tribunal in Nigeria has ever failed. They've always respected the 180 days. In fact, there's a state in Nigeria called Kano State. They have about 40-something local governments. As complex as Kano is, I don't know how many polling units are in Kano, around the 40-something local governments. As complex as those states is, election tribunals sit over their matter and determine it in 180 days, which is same 6 months that we are talking about. What I want to say in this regard is that it is pathetic whether our judges they don't have balls again, with all due respect. And I think that if someone is a coward, there's no need going to the bench. Remain inside. Don't even do litigation. Just find something and be doing. No law stops you and be doing. But if you have chosen to be in the bench, the judges must have that boldness and that courage. I want to say quickly that I want to suggest that AFBA should find a way of, every time we are coming for this AFBA conference, we should find a way of, in my primary school days when I was small, there's a way our teachers, they say, no, this one first, second, and third. If you fail, they will call out your name. It is not like now that children in school, they say, he passed A grade, B grade. They will call out your name and say that you failed. So that next time when they are coming when they're teaching you in class, you have to sit up. Because if you don't do, your headmaster will call you out and say that you failed. In fact, they will even stop you from going to the next class. So the shame of that thing made us to stand on our toes. I want to say that AFBA should lend a voice in this way. Anytime we are coming for AFBA conference, let's have a kind of, latest pronouncements from several parts of Africa. For example, if we discover that the Supreme Court of Liberia stood for what is right over a matter that we think is very correct, we can find a way of picking somebody from Liberia and say, please, we are giving an award, whether I call it award or anything, recognition. And then those who didn't do well, we'll find a way to denigrate them here. They are not going to arrest us. AFBA is... Wait, they are not going to arrest us. Nobody's going to beat us for standing to say, if we are fearful as lawyers, then why are we lawyers? So the point, like in Nigeria, we talk about Ghani. Now Ghani is gone. So who is the next Ghani if all of us are just cowards? So I want to say that we should find a system of appreciating courts that have done very well within the space of 1 year. And also find a way of doing something about the other one. Maybe that shame will help. I rest my case here.
Thank you very much. Please come to the front. There's the... the man in... he has been raising his hand since. 2 minutes, quickly make your point. Tell us your name and your country.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. My name is Precious Murray Abe from Nigeria Bar. I think flowing from all that has been said, obviously there's a need for AFBA to stand on some of these things and make a general statement in respect to them. We all understand that the judiciary, because of some of the constitutional lapses, the appointments and all of that, there's always a tendency or a possibility that some of these things will happen, because it's always difficult where the person who appoints you is having a problem in a particular issue. There's always this possibility of compromise. And that being the case, we don't have any stake in all of this as AFBA. So we can always stand. We have nothing to lose to make a statement that will affect the whole African continent and help our judicial officials to make sure that they do what they ought to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Please come this way. Remember to tell us your name and your country.
Okay, thank you. I'm Elisha Fokia from Liberia.
All right.
I just want to highlight a few points. The first has to do with people that appointed to judicial position. I think one major characteristic of a good judge is to be objective and fearless. And many times we observe that people that are elevated to the higher office of a judge, they are cowards. And many times they fall prey to political manipulation. It's important that judges, even at the highest court, should be decisive and they should be expeditious in the handling of decision at that level. Remember, justice is time-bound. Whenever justice is delayed, it is denied. And whenever justice is denied, it brings chaos in society. So AFBA, as one of the legal institutions in Africa, must be firm as it relates to condemning judges that delay the expeditious handling of cases. And even local bars. I don't know what the Nigerian bar has spoken on this matter, because the Nigerian bar should be one of the arm of AFBA that will decisively speak on such issue in order to be elevated by AFBA. In Liberia, every matter that goes before the Supreme Court, there is a time associated with the disposition of that matter. And many times, if matters are delayed, the local bar rain pressure on the Supreme Court in order to render decision consistent with law. So I will appeal to this body to encourage our national courts, encourage our national bars to be even more zealous, even more decisive, and pressurize our courts to ensure that justice is dispensed to our people.
Thank you very much. That's all?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Attorney Enoch S. Galawuro. I'm from the Liberian Bar Association. So, normally under the practice of law all over the universe, before a lawyer delves into a matter, he or she has to understand the facts. So how be it, given the brief synopsis that the president of AFBA provided that the matter is before the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court has said that, it is time-bound, sorry, and so they cannot proceed. So the first and foremost we need to consider as lawyers is the question whether or not the court is acting arbitrarily. So because there are procedures that govern the disposition of appeals before the Supreme Court in Liberia, and I'm quite sure that applies to other jurisdictions. So if the Supreme Court is acting arbitrarily, then it means that there's an issue that the AFBA needs to look at, probably maybe trying to find a dialogue whereby we can actually find out what the issues are. Other than that, we cannot just already say AFBA can do this, AFBA can do that. So we need to understand if we can have the facts of the case in detail and find out whether or not the procedures were followed from down the line all the way to the Supreme Court. So if there were gaps, within the procedures, then it means that AFBA cannot do for, the party what he or she feels to do for themselves, because that's a practice of law. If you didn't take advantage of the procedures and the laws that are applicable to your case, and then the matter went before the Supreme Court, because mind you, Supreme Court doesn't take evidence. All right, so all of the evidence that are provided by the parties are what the Supreme Court look at. Supreme Court doesn't take evidence. So if matter goes before the Supreme Court and you didn't follow all of the procedures that are applicable for you to make use of and went before the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court ruled against you, there's no way you can change that which the Supreme Court has done. So my advice is if the case can be shared to us and then we go through and look at those various procedures to see whether or not it was followed before the matter traveled all the way to the Supreme Court, then that's the only way we can be able to, adequately give our advice. Otherwise, it will just be for academic purpose. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Last one. Okay, please, to the man there, the last comment on this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
My name is Taufik Yusuf from Nigeria. I'm an employee of the Council of Legal Education. Mine is a proposal on how to enhance the independence of the judiciary. And that is particularly as it pertains to Nigeria. My proposal is that there should be a constitutional amendment that will allow judicial officers, that's the judges of the superior courts in Nigeria, to be able to go back to full-time private practice if they are not comfortable being on the bench after being appointed. Yes, that way, because honestly, I do not see the rationale why judicial officers are restricted from going back to full private practice after being retired or after retiring from the bench. Because magistrates, area court judges, they're allowed to go back to private practice. So that way, it won't only be yes men or mediocres or people that are afraid of losing their job that will find their way to the High Court bench. You know that well. If I'm not comfortable, I'm free to go back to my private practice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. President, I think
I think we have had enough. The matter is simple. From what the second to the last speaker said, the state of emergency was declared in that part of Nigeria. AFBA issued a statement condemning it because AFBA said, in fact, the major thing AFBA said is that the president has no power to remove elected officers because the Constitution of Nigeria has already enumerated how an elected officer can be removed or from office. Then the Nigerian Bar Association also took the same stand. Now, what we are saying here, we have passed that condemnation. What we are bringing here, what people are complaining is that people went to challenge this decision in court. The Supreme Court did not put that case for hearing until the 6 months expired, the suspension period. And people felt that this is a very bad behavior by the Supreme Court, that is cowardice, that is an impunity, that the Supreme Court ought to have given a ruling one way or the other to say this is their own understanding. How can you do that? That this is a danger to democracy. From what we have said and people have condemned, I think we must make it clear to Supreme Court of Nigeria that what they did was wrong. This is a danger because the people who did the suspension are also not getting either condemnation or approval from the judiciary, which is what is expected. So I think we will issue our statement and condemning that act of cowardice by the Supreme Court. If that is approved, let us hear from you so that we'll move on to the next Is that approved? Okay. Go to the next one.
All right. Okay. The next report we have concerns Victoire Ngabire. You remember that the African Bar Association she has been in detention in Rwanda over the years, later released. But this year was again abducted, or will I say arrested, without full compliance with the judicial process. And the African Bar Association had to write the Attorney General in Rwanda asking that the rule of law be followed, that all the processes be followed regarding that incident. So today, I will invite Caroline Buisman, one of us here, to give us an update on that matter so that we know where we stand and what has to be done, if any, going forward. So please, can you give her the microphone? Who has the microphone out there? Where's the usher with the microphone, please? Yes. Right here in front.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you hear me? Indeed, I wanted to speak about Victoire Ingabire. Her case, I was her lawyer in the past because she was someone who was in the Netherlands with her family, and then she returned to Rwanda to present herself as a candidate during the presidential elections. But instead of running for presidency, she was then arrested and ultimately convicted for genocide denial and also charges of terrorism. Then we brought this case before the African Court of Human Rights, and we won this case in 2017 and 2018. The court also imposed remedies, which were never paid by Rwanda. Rwanda, meanwhile, pulled out of this trial, also withdrew the the right to petition, so individuals could no longer complain before the African Court of Human Rights. Then we were grateful to the AFBA also because they issued a resolution in 2018. And in part, I believe, as a result of that, she received a presidential pardon and was released after 8 years, of which more than half she spent in solitary confinement. The arrest that was also condemned by the African Court was also condemned worldwide by civil societies like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, as an unfair proceedings. Now, recently, she's been arrested again, and I would like to pass on to Emily Lumumba, who's her lawyer in the case right now. She will give you an update. Just want to say one thing. Again, very grateful to the African Bar Association for writing a letter to the Minister of Justice asking for fair trial rights to be respected, and also for her legal foundation of the arrest to be clarified. And again, I mean, she's still in prison, but at least we know now where she is. So we're grateful for that. And also the European Parliament has issued a resolution condemning in strongest terms her arrest, saying it looks like it's in retaliation for her political activities. Again, also Amnesty, Human Rights Watch has been a lot of condemnation. So Emily, are you online?
Yes, Caroline, I'm here.
So.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, learned councils in the room. Please allow me to appreciate everyone and to ride on the protocols observed because of time. Now, I've been with Victoria since last year. As you can remember, in last year, there were elections in Rwanda, and she intended to be able to vie for those elections. However, she was not able because at the moment she was given presidential pardon, she's not allowed to enjoy civil and political rights. She's not even able to travel to Netherlands to go and see her children, her husband who is unwell. So for that reason, she instructed us to file a suit against the government of Rwanda for violating her rights at the East African Court of Justice, which we did. Immediately after that happened, of course, the High Court in Rwanda denied to give her, to rehabilitate her, and then we went to the East African Court of Justice. And once that happened, last year towards the end, we started seeing the president speaking against her in political rallies and saying the way they will get her to be arrested. And actually this year now, on 19th of June, that happened. Now, since her arrest, she has not been allowed to speak to her family. She's not allowed to speak to her children. She's not allowed to speak to her lawyers. Even one, like for instance, myself, I applied to be authorized to travel to Rwanda because we're in the same East African community. And the customs union allow lawyers from Kenya to go to Rwanda and represent clients there. I applied for authorization and I was denied without any basis. So I'm really pleading with the leadership of the African Bar, which we really appreciate everything you've done for her. I'm really pleading that you can condemn this. You can join the European Parliament to condemn this and even request or demand that she's released unconditionally. At the moment, she's incarcerated with a murder convict, yet she's still not convicted. She's been joined to a trial that started in 2021, which has 9 other people, which the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has already found that their detention is unlawful because they were trying to exercise their right to expression. So with all that in mind, this is politically motivated. They want to silence Victoria forever. She had already been condemned to 15 years. Now the charges they have against her are intended to get her life imprisonment. For instance, they are charging her for joining a criminal organization. They are charging her that she's undermining the authority whose sentence is life imprisonment. Now it's because of that we are humbly pleading with the African Bar and the learned councils and the members. You kindly join us in this to raise our voice to condemn that and demand for unconditional release among other remedies. Thank you so much. Much obliged.
What we know about this matter is that so that before you comment, you know what we have done. We have intervened initially, and there was some reprieve. The last time too, we intervened, I think this year, when she was arrested, she was not allowed to see people. The Attorney General of Minister of Justice of Rwanda acknowledged receiving our letter and that they will do the needful. Then we got a report that I think she was allowed to see her lawyers. What AFBA is looking at, we are not acting as defense lawyers to her. But I think this is a case of repression against opposition, alleged repression against opposition. So let us look at the broad way. What can we do? What can we say? Not going into the nitty-gritty of those arrests to stop this type of thing, not only from happening in Rwanda, but also from happening in other African countries. This undermining of people's political rights. So I think we should, that's the way I think. But if there's any contrary view, let us hear. Thank you.
All right, okay.
Can I just give 1 minute to the 2 children of Victoria and Kabir who are also online? Just 1 minute.
To who?
To the children, Raisa and Remy. They're online. To give 1 minute.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Raisa. I am the oldest daughter of Victoire Ingabire Umuhoza.
Okay.
I am currently in the Netherlands. It's been 126 days since our mother has been arrested. And we are worried because where she was supposed to be released from her conditional obligations to stay within Rwandan borders, she has, instead of being freed from those obligations, been rearrested again. And what worries us the most is because there is no separation of powers in Rwanda. They are not respected. The fact that Paul Kagame, the president, has on numerous occasions requested and spoke out in public that she should be arrested again. And the fact that the judges who initiated her investigation for her to be prosecuted are also the judges to now rule on her case. It shows us that there's no respect for her rights, that there is bias, and that there is no impartiality. We are worried because of that. She's not going to receive a fair trial, and her conditions of her arrest are inhumane. Not only does she not receive the medical support she's supposed to get, she's not even allowed to go to church. And this shows that they are trying again to break her mentally and to discourage her for continuing her political aspirations. We ask you not to defend her case, for her lawyers to be allowed to do so. May you speak on behalf of that right, for her to get representation and for her to receive the rights to continue her political mission without being persecuted for doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So,
hello.
Comments? Yes.
Yes. Hello. I will.
Somebody
follow,
was raising
my
his
sister.
hand over there before. No, not you, Chief Taku. Somebody. Somebody still online?
Yes, I'm.
Okay.
I am the son of Victoire Ingabire. I just want to add a little bit shortly to what my sister just said.
Okay.
Our mother has been continuously been threatened with putting back into prison. This happened 4 days after she was pardoned by the president. It was back in 2018. He said to his newly appointed ministers that if anybody think that she was released under political pressure, that they got it wrong. He released her only of his own mercy, and that if she does not change her ways, that she might find herself in prison again. So our family have been in a limbo these whole 7 years since he made those threats. And he continued making public threats on TV in Rwanda. And this year, 19th of June, he acted upon those threats. We are fearing for our mother's life because he is shown to be a man of his word, President Paul Kagame. And if he says that she stays in jail, she will stay in jail. That's why we ask you, the African Bar Association, to vote on the resolution to keep Rwanda accountable, to give my mother fair justice. Thank you so much.
All right. I think that's the last. Okay. Mr. Tijanja, before Taku.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps there has been some appeal to pity. The case of our dear sister is really distressful. However, I think my major concern is that what we have seen, or I have seen over the years, is that either the African Bar Association or local bar associations in diverse countries have become more like an NGO outfit by issuing out statements condemning actions. So take a look at this position. What if after you have issued the statement, you have condemned the statement, and nothing goes unchanged, or the situation remains unchanged? What do you do thereafter? Perhaps my major concern would now be, what is the action, or what will be the action of this African Bar Association if, after condemning a situation that has been reported to this body, and the government or the people of those countries have not paid heed to your condemnation, what would you do next? So perhaps the fear of our action would ignite or provoke, or we try to instill into some of these governments or institutions why they should fear the African Bar Association. So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, I believe we must now, apart from this situation, generally we must go beyond doing public notices or press releases condemning human rights abuses, atrocious activities, unconstitutional changes of government, etc., etc. We must go beyond that. We should leave that now for the NGOs. We are more than that.
All right, thank you. Chief Taku.
Mr. President, the case of Victoire Ingabire is a very sad case. When she was first arrested, myself and Peter Linda, who's now late, were constituted lawyers to go and defend her. I remained in Brussels, and he went ahead to Kigali, and immediately arriving, he was arrested and detained, and I could not get in. Nevertheless, myself and Bev Lyons and Professor Hines and the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, who mobilized lawyers worldwide, who went to the United Nations, where Professor Hines is the substantive representative of the International Association of Democratic Lawyers. And finally, we came to the African Bar. African Bar took up this matter very, very seriously. At the end of the day, my friend, Caroline Biesman, and others went in and defended her. And again, when she put in a very robust defense, she was declared that she cannot come in again. And we managed to get one of the local lawyers and other friends from Kenya and others, and they intervened. This is a sad case of a woman who went home to contest elections, to talk to their people. And her popularity was well known, overwhelmingly known, and she ended up in jail. And Rwanda pulled out the mandate, personal mandate from the African court just because you won the case. And that's in defiance of the rule of law. But I can say this resolution is important because we have peer review mechanisms, both at the United Nations and African level, that African bar will go there and face Rwanda, face by face. Rwanda, the system operates on propaganda. And this propaganda is funded by foreign aid, not based on the domestic process. And for them to continue to have a judge sitting at the African court, even though I pull away the foreign money, is something no. Rwanda cannot have a judge on any of these courts any longer until they respect international law. And I can assure you, learned colleagues, the African bar is very, very strong. In Harare, when we went to Harare and somebody was detained, when we were there, we talked to President, we sent a message to President Mugabe, and the Attorney General came and released that person. We moved into Burundi. We were able to constitute a commission. That means 3 months, every 3 months, the Bar Association of Gitega and Bujumbura, and the whole meetings with the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General of the Supreme Court to resolve all issues. That has changed the situation in Burundi. It led to the president releasing about 6,000 people who were after a judicial review. The African bar is strong. I will take a resolution, I can assure you, we will fight. We fought before, and we'll fight again.
Okay, one last comment. Okay, this way.
Good afternoon again, Attorney Enoch S. Kalawuro from Liberia. So, the president.
Go ahead.
During his reception, a message to us was that since this situation, AFBA has initiated some intervention by way of writing the Attorney General of Rwanda so as to probe into the matter. And so, as the previous speakers have said, especially the children of Ms. Victoria, the entire case is politically motivated, so nothing other than, dialogue AFBA can actually do, because legally she has her legal team, they have remedy. If there are judges who will be prejudicial, to her interests, they are remedy under the law for them to recuse themselves. But we are not to delve into the nitty-gritty of the legal issue, as the president informed us about. So what we can do, since AFBA has already initiated intervention by writing the Attorney General, I think we continue on that path, follow up with the Attorney General, to find out what is actually the issue that this, woman is still in detention. So when that is done, then we can know where to proceed from. Other than that, we can't do anything legally because the matter is in court. She's duly represented by lawyers. And once a matter is politically motivated all over the world, it's something that is very difficult to deal with. So the only thing we can do as a body, and since we have already started by writing, we continue on our path, follow with the Attorney General, and see how far our requests are going. Thank you very much.
Okay. But I think I heard the lawyer say that she couldn't get into Rwanda. That's what the lawyer reported, that she was denied access to Rwanda. I don't know if you heard that as well. Yes, Mr. Philpott. Can you bring the microphone over this way?
I'll be very... Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'll be very brief. I've known Victoire Ingabire since 1999, and she's been a very solid person fighting for democracy. And before she went to Rwanda in 2010 to run for president, she visited my office in Canada. Now, the African Bar has taken position to have her a fair trial and fair issues and access to her counsel and proper treatment and probably being out on bail, as I think it should be. So I think that the spirit of the request, and she's written a resolution which the executive committee can analyze. I think as Rudolph pointed out, she doesn't have access to her lawyers, and I suggest that this be delegated to the executive committee to intervene to guarantee her rights, to try and guarantee her rights. And let's remember, and this is a bit of a joke, but on September 6, 2018, the African Bar made a resolution in her favor, and she was released the next day. Now, of course, there's many other reasons she was released, but the African Bar has a voice for her situation. It's very respected, and one of our colleagues said, well, what will we do next? We don't know, but there's many other factors. This is one factor among many. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, John. Thank you. President. So we will consider...
Yeah, I think we have gotten the nitty-gritty of what is there. Now we got one thing that our lawyers are not allowed to see her. They have not been able to enter the country. What we think we will do, and which I suggest for approval, is that we will maintain the momentum and increase it to make sure that she has a fair trial and her rights be given to her unconditionally. And if in any event they know that there is no need, there is nothing, it's only politically motivated, she should be unconditionally released. Because we don't think that harboring a political ambition cannot be an offense. That cannot be an offense. So I think we will take it from there and highlight these things in pursuit of her complaint. If this is approved, let us know so that we'll go ahead and do the needful. Is it approved? Okay.
All right, thank you. Now we come to the issue of extrajudicial killings. We've got a report that in countries, in Kenya for instance, that there have been incidents of extrajudicial, or an increase in extrajudicial incidents since the 2024 Gen Z protests, with police brutality, enforced disappearances, and many documented killings prompting outcry. I don't know if there is anybody from Kenya. I don't know if Charles Kihara is still here. Or are you? Please, can you let us know more about this? Is this true? Extrajudicial killings on disappearances in Kenya. Please, can you give him the microphone? Can we have the microphone this way, please? Where are the ushers with the microphone?
I think, can I speak then?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, we have had a number of what you would call extrajudicial killings and also...
Please, your name, I know I mentioned it, but just so that others will get your full name.
Oh, thank you. My name is Charles Kihara. I'm an advocate from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm also the Vice President, East African section of the AFBA. Yeah, now from Kenya, if I could explain very briefly, we have had a mixed situation where we have we have extrajudicial killings, and we have also had disappearances that appear related to political activism. Some have been owned up by the state organs, and others have been denied. So we still have a number of unaccounted missing political activists, if I could use that language. And they range from Gen C, what we are calling the Gen C uprisings. We still have a number that has not been accounted for, and then a number that has been released through intervention by way of human rights court petitions, and then others by the security agencies that have released them voluntarily. I think that's the situation we wanted to know.
Yes.
Yes, so it is still works in progress. It has not been sorted out. It's not fully sorted out. We can't say we are fully settled. And then the president had recently, by executive fiat, appointed a committee to do compensation for those persons injured or property destroyed during the quelling of what we would call them what? Political protests.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kihara.
Thank you.
For that, for those facts. Do we have any comments? Do we have anybody that wants to make a comment on this, or are we okay? Are we satisfied with the President of Kenya's action in appointing or trying to pay compensation? All right. Please bring the microphone this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the President. The action, this is something we need
Please,
to...
your name, please.
Sorry. My name is Tony Ojukwu. I work with the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria. The action of extrajudicial killings and disappearances are very dangerous signals. Yes, the government may have tried to arrange for payment of compensation, but that's not the issue here. The law enforcement agents all over the world now are getting very, very vicious. The number of extrajudicial killings are increasing. The number of disappearances are increasing. Even in my own country, Nigeria, we have the same challenge with the Nigerian police. It's there. We receive complaints every day on extrajudicial killings by the police, on enforced disappearances. I think it is proper that despite the payment of compensations, there should be formal acknowledgement of these violations and a commitment to make sure that they don't continue. It is something which I think AFBA should be interested, not only for Kenya, but for other countries in Africa. Because law enforcement agents, the problem is our law enforcement agents think they are there to secure the people in power and not the citizens. The law enforcement agents are supposed to be people who help in protection of the human rights of the people. But many a time, predominantly, they turn against the same people they are supposed to protect. They kill them, and many human rights activists have gone into hiding, many human rights defenders, and many people are unaccounted for. Looking at, I'm the president of Network of National Human Rights Institutions in West Africa, and this is the same kind of report we get across West Africa. So I think it is something which AFBA should be interested to make a statement on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think this is a simple and straightforward. I will urge us to adopt the position of the last speaker as AFBA position and do a broad-based condemnation and all over Africa for those that has happened or are about to happen, so that AFBA position will be based on the submission of the last speaker. Is this approved? Approved.
All right. We now come to the issue of obedience to laws by African governments and rule of law violations. We begin with Nigeria, where the government's refusal to release the separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu, despite several court rulings, exemplifies executive disobedience, with civic groups warning that it undermines the rule of law and sets a precedent for impunity. I know that a few days ago there was an attempt to have a public demonstration in relation to this case or to this matter. And Mr. President, that is the situation in Nigeria on this. I don't know if anybody in the audience wants to make a comment or give us more facts surrounding this before or suggest AFBA's answer to these reports, to these complaints. All right? Please, can you bring the microphone here?
Hold on before you go ahead. There are other countries there involved, Ethiopia and also Zimbabwe, so that we take all together, then we know how to apportion our stand. So that let us not, on the same issue here, there are, because we have also a report on Ethiopia, mass arbitrary detention in some region, Zimbabwe Private Voluntary Organization Amendment Act, which imposes draconian restriction on civil society. So let us look at all those three together. Let us not be isolated so that we don't waste time on only one, so that we can take a decision on three of the issues.
All right. So the situation with Ethiopia is that there's complaint of mass arbitrary detentions in the Amhara region, which has been ongoing since 2023, and that these have continued unabated. In Zimbabwe, there is a law, the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act, which was enacted this year, and according to the reports, it imposes draconian restrictions on civil society, violating rule of law principles and civic freedoms. In Burkina Faso, the government's consolidation of power does not uphold human rights and democracy. These are some of the incidents in this area of disobedience to laws and repressive laws by government. So we invite your comments. Mr. Tabi, you can start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Unfortunately, I was not going to talk about those issues. I was going to talk about a related issue which is happening in the Cameroons.
Okay. What's happening there?
In the Cameroons, we have the situation of the English-speaking people who, because of marginalization, have for 8 years now faced the same issues. Talking about somebody like Maazin Nnamdi Kalu's case, we have the case of Ayuk Tabe in Cameroon. He was abducted in Nigeria and brought to Cameroon. A high court in Nigeria ruled that the abduction was wrong and ordered that he should be released, and he wasn't released. A military tribunal in Cameroon sent them to jail, and now they declared them for death penalty. Another issue in Cameroon is the issue of Ngabu. Ngabu is a village which has about 2,000 people. Because the government is having repression towards people who are vindicating for their rights, they were looking for separatists. They got into Ngabu and killed people, more than 26 people, and used repressive manners to do that. When it happened, the government, first of all, denied that it was not responsible. But forensic evidence was proven that the government was guilty. The next thing the government did was that it apologized and accepted that they caused it. They named some army generals, they named some few police officers, and a few of them were arrested. Now the matter is in court. The last time the matter was adjourned is more than 1 year. On the 17th of September, it would have been 1 year since the matter was adjourned. So I think that I will invite AFBA to take a position on the issue of Ngabu if we cannot talk about the Southern Cameroon's issue. In Southern Cameroons, there is no work. For the past 2 months, there has not been work. declared. And then for the past 8 years, every Monday, everybody sits in their houses. They don't go out. It is a very serious issue which the world has sat quiet, and unfortunately, we have not brought it to AFBA's attention. So I think that I'm inviting AFBA to take a position when it comes to these issues. Thank you so much. My name is Tabi Mbianyo. I'm a lawyer from Cameroon.
Thank you. Okay. Let's start with Chief Taku at the back.
I just wanted to add that from what my colleague Mbianyo has said, there are also 2 lawyers who are adopted who are members of AFBA. We know they were in Port Harcourt and they have been attorneys, so they were also adopted from Abuja and taken to the prison in Cameroon. But one other important thing apart from this, personally, I'm a traditional chief. My palace is occupied. The Cameroon government, the soldiers took over my mother's house and put their flag as their command center from where they commit atrocities in the region. But more to that is that there is the most contentious elections where 93-year-old president, who is mentally, we see him on the computer, in social media, incapacitated, and he has militarized all the civilian centers, moved the declaration of election by the Constitutional Court to Monday, like this Monday. And everybody knows that Issa Chiruma won overwhelmingly. He even came and talked to us and came to our territory and said he will resolve the Southern Cameroon problem. But the president is bound on being declared after a lot of looting, and there will be a lot of killing, and many of the lawyers are not here today who have been here because they are afraid for their lives. They're in hiding. Immediately after, the lawyers are always the first people to be attacked and arrested. So the problem of the Cameroonians, AFBA had taken a resolution before in at least 2 occasions. It's just a follow-up and an update that will take this anticipated to say that we want international intervention to examine the root causes and also accountability. So those who have committed crimes, no matter whom they are, should be called to be held accountable. And besides, to condemn the idea of commercialing civilians. These individuals are civilians, they're not military people, and to take them into court martial, despite the decision of the African Commission, despite the decision of the United Nations Commission, United Nations Committee for Human Rights in Geneva, and the United Nations Committee Against Torture, Cameroon continues to court martial civilians. And there are thousands of Southern Cameroonians in Cameroon jails and no due process. Thanks.
Thank you. Please bring the microphone this way.
Thank you very much. My name is once more Tony Ojukwu from National Human Rights Commission in Nigeria. The problem of disobedience to court orders is becoming endemic. And from the reports, you can see, not only in Nigeria, it cuts across most countries in Africa. But let me give you a graphic example of how bad the situation is in Nigeria. You remember there was a SARS protest in 2020 in Nigeria, and the commission had a public hearing on the violations that happened during that period. One of the lawyers, at the end of those public hearing, of course, we indicted some police officers, then we paid compensation to those whose, about 500 million, we paid compensation to those whose rights have been violated. And one of the lawyers, you know him, his name is Maxwell Opera. Maxwell had one of the complainants before the panel was his client. And when it was established that his rights had been violated, we paid him compensation. And Maxwell said that he had been practicing law for more than 25 years. And in the course of his practice, he had won so many human rights cases in court, more than 20, 25 cases. And that was the first time he had a decision on human rights violation and the compensation was honored. So you can imagine the enormity of the situation. Somebody has been practicing law for more than 25 years, won more than 20 cases in court, and none of the decisions against the police or any of those violators had been complied with. So the issue of disobedience of court orders is endemic. And as lawyers, if we go to courts, courts are part of the government. The courts were not set up by civil society. The court is set up by the government. It's an arm of government. We had discussed that earlier here. And if the court can take a decision as part of the government, and the government refuses to obey, these are signs of extremism. These are signs of impunity. And it is an affront to rule of law and a situation where the marketplace of lawyers, the courts, that means the efforts of lawyers are in vain. Very soon, we're all going to be put out of business. Our clients will lose confidence in us, and it's pure anarchy. I think AFBA needs to make a very strong statement on this. Okay. Courts are an arm of government, and court decisions have to be obeyed. The rules are very clear. If you disagree with the court decision, you go on appeal. A situation where the government will refuse to obey and refuse to go on appeal from a court, a competent court established by the constitution of the country, I think AFBA should not keep quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Yeah, it is very, very worrisome from the narratives from the speakers. We have been talking about Cameroon, but it seems that things are not improving. It is getting worse. The situation also, as narrated by the last speaker, is very deplorable and a thing that is like court orders do not mean anything in Nigeria again. I think AFBA should be able to back and bite. That is what I will suggest for approval. Then we will take all those issues to the nations concerned and to other fora where this can be amplified. If approved, if we approve of this, tell us so that we will do that. Is it approved?
Okay. Moving on. Any more comments? We finished this. Okay, we finished with this one. Yes, sir. Yes, that's where I'm going to. Then coming to the area of expropriation of property and emasculation of private rights, we have a report from South Africa that the Expropriation Act number 13 of 2024, which allows state seizure of land without compensation for public purposes, is draconian. While aimed at land reform, the critics argue that that law risks arbitrary expropriation of land by holders and ought to be amended or withdrawn. I don't know if we have any, we have a few delegates from South Africa here. who can make any comments? I don't know if they're in the room. Is anybody from South Africa here in the room that can tell us more about this law? Or does anybody at all want to say anything about it? Or have any similar complaint or information? Mr. President, I don't think.
I think what will happen is that maybe we have to do a further investigation of these complaints, maybe by getting our members in South Africa to do us a report on this, which will be on the basis for we to properly act. I think that is be my suggestion. If it is approved, let us say yes. Is it approved?
Okay. All right. Okay. So with that we come to the end of what we have in the Secretariat. I don't know if there's anybody that has any other reports on the rule of law before we go to there are one or two resolutions of the committees that we may want to pass to you. Okay. Can we have the microphone here? Please, can you bring the microphone back to the front for him?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name once more is Tony Ojuku from National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria. It does appear to me that from the reports, from the complaints we have across, we find out that they're heavy on human rights. You will agree with me. And I believe one of the major functions of AFBA should be to monitor this issue of human rights across Africa. I think we should go a step further. Like, I'm the president of Network of National Human Rights Commissions in West Africa. And it's the same complaint, like I tell you, across West Africa, the same issues of respect for human rights, which is, I don't even want us to go into good governance because I don't want us to go political. I know all the constitutions of our countries in Africa have provision on fundamental human rights, both civil and political rights and economic, social, and cultural rights. I'm thinking that outside the statements which we have endorsed for the AFBA president and the executive to make, should we consider something like having a State of Human Rights in Africa publication by AFBA?
Okay.
That's the motion I want to put on the ground, with the permission of the president.
Yes, comments? Should we have a State of Human Rights in Africa publication? That's what he proposed. Any comments, any views? Okay, please, there are people at the back. Go to after him, the man at the back.
Thank you very much. Once more, my name is Samuel Tabi Tani Mbianyo. I'm from the Cameroons. So I think that suggestion is a fit and proper suggestion, so that we will not only come here and talk, like I said in the session yesterday, most of the people who are in the places to take the decisions are not in this hall today. And quite often when we come here, we talk only amongst lawyers, and they are not here. The mayor of this city is not here. The people who are policymakers are not here. So if we make those kind of publications, it will take it a step further and permit them to be able to read what we are talking about. And I think that after that, we can go further by making organized training sessions, request that we should train policymakers about what is happening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I'm Yakubu Moses Ede. With regards to the proposal, I support it completely. More so that we are now in a digital era where most of the decisions and whatever we've done here, most people that didn't attend this particular conference wouldn't know. But the moment we have such publication, it will go a long way. And then not only having it physically, we can also host them electronically, that is online, so that people can also be accessing them over time. And then that will also help in keeping the memory of AFBA in terms of such resolutions and such decisions. So I support it completely. Thank you, sir.
All right. Anyone, any more? Okay, one more, one last one here.
My name is Elisha also. I'm from Liberia. And I want to give my support to the position statement made by our brother up there, the human rights coordinator from Nigeria. We want to say that AFBA should have a position statement on the human rights situation in Africa. And also, by extension, we want to encourage the leadership of AFBA to go one step further by strengthening its regional coordinators. For AFBA to be strong and effective, you must have effective coordinators in all of the regions, laced with the local bars. The strength of AFBA is highly dependent upon the local bars. If the local bars are effective and strong, I believe that strength will transition up to the higher level. So I want to put forth this request that our coordinators from the different regions, West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, etc., should be strong and effective in coordinating the activities of the local bars, so that at the end of the day, results from down there will filter up to the head. Now, even the situation in South Africa about land, if we have the South African bar giving AFBA adequate information, we will not have to postpone anything about discussing the issue. We are postponing discussing it because the information is not being filtered from the lower level to the higher level. So this is a request. Let us strengthen the local bars so that AFBA can be stronger enough to engage human rights issues in every regions in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last in front here to John.
Thank you, and I noticed that was the last person was supposed to be the last, but I raised my hand and thank you for recognizing. The issue is very interesting. We must, if we take this road, we must understand that human rights is a highly politicized term, which leads to interventionism and mistaken approaches from time to time. So if we I don't disagree with this, but the concept of human rights has to refer back to African Charter, collective self-determination, social and economic rights, and the two covenants from 1976. Must remember that the first article in both the social and political rights and the economic and economic rights, the right to self-determination. And I know that in my personal career as a lawyer, making this distinction in analyzing human rights is not like they do in Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. It's the approach, I know the approach of the African Charter and these two covenants were the ones which helped me as a lawyer understand what I'm doing. And that's my comment on this if we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's the last. President AFBA.
Yeah, we have seen that the unanimity in that suggestion. What we'll do is that we'll get a committee in the Secretariat that will look at it and implement what has been agreed here. And there will be a periodic information brief on what is being done so that members can be carried along. Is that approved? Okay, thank you.
All right. President, before we round off, just a few resolutions from the 1 or 2 sessions of the conference. I have before me one from the reparations session, and they are proposing that the AFBA should call upon the states, African states, one, to ensure that access to justice and an effective remedy is available for both individual and collective rights violations and violations affecting a large number of persons. 2, that to ensure that reparations include restitution, compensation, recovery and reintegration, satisfaction and guarantees of non-repetition of rights violations. 3, that to prevent illegal inter-country adoption by promulgating and implementing laws and policies as well as other measures, including child protection and safeguarding measures that may be necessary concerning the adoption process. And 4, to ensure that all victims of illegal inter-country adoption, including those adopted in the past, receive the assistance they need to know their origins. And last but not the least, a resolution that the African Union and its organs to ensure meaningful participation of legal professionals in the formulation and execution of reparatory justice mechanisms. These resolutions came out of the session on reparation. Yes.
What is obtainable is that all the sessions, all their resolutions are taken. What we do is to take every resolution and turn them into a communique of the AFBA for this conference. I think that will be done, and the community committee, I think within the next 48 hours, our communique will be out. I think that is the way, I think we may term it Ghana declaration or anything, but every other person's, because this is all these resolutions are well thought out. Only that we have to marry them with every other session's declaration. Maybe we make it compactable so that before release to the public and those who are supposed to get it. This is what I think we are going to do there. We have nothing against any resolution of any session because they are the people working for AFBA. They have done all the work. Our own is to just beat it together and it become a full document for our use. That's what I think we'll do there.
All right, thank you. So that means we've come to the end of the rule of law session. And Mr. President, you would direct on what next to do.
With this, we have come to the end of the conference, and we are supposed to have a meeting, but in our wisdom, we think that that meeting will have a smaller fraction of people here. We do it online so that every member will be part and parcel of that meeting. Since we are not just a few people, and some people too who are here are conference attendees, they are not, they have not registered as members of AFBA. So we want to do a meeting that will encompass all registered members of AFBA. So maybe that one is postponed. But I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the committee session chairs. I want to thank the people of Ghana. I want to also thank the security agencies here that were able to look after us and say that Ghana has been a worthwhile experience. And I wish everybody Johnny Mercy as they go home. We will be able, by January, be able to announce where we are going for next year, very early enough, so that people can also plan well. We thank you and continue to thank you and continue to depend on you for AFBA to be stronger and stronger. We wish you safe flight back to your destinations. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, President. Please, like I announced earlier in the morning, the certificates will be emailed to you. They will be sent to your boxes. I believe the emails should be going out today. So from today till maybe early next week. If you don't get them today, maybe more Friday or by Monday, you should have them in your inboxes. Thank you very much. And thank you very much again. Ejera. So just forward that thing to... No, forward it to John and Philpott. They are the ones doing the resolutions committee, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. You should even assemble it. You should be right.
Yeah. I will ask him. I will ask him.
Communicate.
Yeah, I will ask him.
What I can do is to give you a...
Good evening.
What I can do is later to send you a sample of the old one. That will help you.
Let me ask John to send the other ones to me.